Hello everybody, and thank you for joining us. It is yet another day and another beautiful one, might I add, because we continue on with South Korea League here in Blast R6. It's all about qualifying to the Montreal Major, and here at day 4, of course week 2 of competition, we have hit the halfway mark, and points, they're getting a bit slender here. Only 6 teams will make it to the playoffs in the region out of the 8, then play for a singular spot to the major, with of course everybody else going to fight it out in the last chance qualifiers. Let's kick off this 4th day with my wonderful co-hosts. I'm not going to call casters or analysts or whatever co-hosts, because you guys are doing a lot of heavy lifting on every single one of the play days that involves any of the casters slash analysts slash co-hosts or the shows. Exotric and Demo Jets, how are we doing today?
I'm fantastic. I believe we need a pay rise, Demo. We're now co-hosts. We're not just casters anymore. We've gone up the ladder a little bit.
Buddy. That's not how it
we've
works.
advanced to the next level.
Well, that means we can have half of his wage, because we're doing half more work than what he is.
That sounds fantastic. I tell you
Gentlemen,
what, career never looked so good.
I have a pot of chili cooking and ready for you if you'd like to have some. That's all I got for you.
Ooh, I'll take that as payment. I think it's going to be probably pretty good.
I certainly hope so. Otherwise, that's 3 hours down the drain. Anyways, we got some stuff to talk about for today before we kick off our playdate. First of all, here is our schedule. So Mir plays Fear X, that is game number 1. Org, which is Orgus KR, will play against Webble. BNA, which is before and after, will play PSG Talon. And finally, Blossom taking on D+ Demon Kia. That is the day that we have in store for you. There's a bit to look at here when it comes to the standings, because yesterday, I wouldn't say it was an upset-heavy day, but by any means, as it seems like the top 3 that everybody expected to be at the top, well, they're kind of equal, sharing a number 1 spot between them, even with the same round differential, plus 14. Mira, Blossom, and BNA at 3 points, and Orglis and Webble, even as a surprise in some ways, still left with no points. Demo, you look surprised today?
No, I think you look at the standings, what we expected before even the season kicked off. I think probably more than anything, it's the fact that all of them are in the same round difference as well. So it just shows how tight this league is in terms of the top half of it. Obviously, the bottom half, a little bit of a gap forming even between 3rd place and 4th place. So that's kind of where we're at with Korea. Look, the teams down there at the bottom, you look at Orglis, look at Webble. Again, some of those guys have already played some of the big teams, so there's still opportunities for them to play against some of the weaker sides and maybe try and pick up some points.
I think that's the key takeaway for me. It's more about who has played who than anything else at this point, because you're looking at that middle of the table. Blossom before and after, they haven't played any of the top 3 teams yet, whereas Orglis and Webble, they've got it all out of the way, so they're now they should be on a downward slope really to the end of the season, because their games in theory should only get easier from here on out, having had a pretty tough start going up against the big dogs.
Well, that's our standings. What are our predictions? Yesterday, our producer unfortunately was replaced by Demo because of those predictions, but we'll see about today, because we're all equal except for that one specific pick of before and after instead of PSG Talon. And I have to say, Korea, in comparison to all the other regions, is very difficult to even justify, even off of pure vibes. Oh, I'm just going to pick this other team just for the heck of it. Because it seems like there is kind of a lock-in of this is what the top is, this is what the middle and bottom are. And I'm hoping that one day we break out of this, because it has definitely changed over the years into what it is today. But that requires a lot of experience. And Ollie, I fear I have to ask this. Why did you pick the 4 teams that you did today?
Well, I'm obviously scared of losing my job, Milosh. Yesterday, Demo and I both went 4 for 4 on predictions, and we got invited back for today. So I'd like to come back to Korea, maybe next week, maybe the week after, who knows. So yeah, I think it's I'm fighting for survival right now, Milosh. In an ideal world, I'd have loved to have picked BNA because I've got a feeling that that's going to be a bit of a weird game. I'm not saying that they're going to go and win it, but I think it's going to be a weird one. I don't think that all these games are going to be as clear-cut as they should be.
That BNA and Webble game, you literally sat here losing brain cells, and then you think they're going to go and take down Talon?
Never said that. Never said that. I would just said that I would like to have put a different prediction out there, but I've got to play for. I've got to go with the smart move, you know.
Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, Demo. What is your counter argument? What happened yesterday? Actually, do we have the? This is a question that Isaac, our wonderful
I wish we had a
producer-
replay. We should replay of BNA and Webble.
I don't know
just
if
want to see that
if
Hibana
we have
again.
replays. If we have the scores from yesterday, that would be great just to show, kind of have a little chat about it. But Demo, yeah, please go ahead.
I mean, for the most part, all of the big teams won, which I think was the main point. FearX, D+, and PSG Talon all taking their victories. And then it was Orglis and Webble, or was it? Yeah, no, it was Webble and BNA, sorry. That was our last game of the day. And that game, all I'll say is just go and watch it, because it's absolutely crazy what happened. I don't know who wanted to win. That was the main thing. I really don't know. Just both teams were just doing... I cannot put it in words just what that game was like.
I hope you at least had fun going through it yesterday. Would you say that was the case?
Oh my lord. Oh, this is the predictions from yesterday.
That's
I
from
panicked
yesterday.
for a second, then I saw it change. I was like, we're getting done in. Well, I think, you know, the games yesterday, as expected, you know, maybe we would have liked something a little bit different. I think that's always the thing with the predictions, right? It's all fun and games, but
Yeah.
obviously there's, however unbiased you are, there's outcomes that you would like to happen based on personalities, any ties that you've got to those teams, any friendships or anything of that nature, and things that could be good for storyline. And then there's a reality side of you that goes, well, no, this is on paper what should happen.
Yeah.
And it's about finding that balance, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Fresh faces that dichotomy every time the EU broadcast goes live when it comes to Fnatic. But you know, Demo watching G2, that is something of an experience of its own, is it not?
I mean, what do you want me to say to that? Like,
how in a career cast? It's been 5 minutes and already we're talking about Demo and G2.
Because it's fun.
I mean, one thing that surprised me as well, I think this is also another thing we need to get across, is that before the play day, we kind of said, okay, we've got the top three, we know who they are. Is there going to be a top four? Is Mare Gaming going to be that fourth?
Yeah.
The gap yesterday was massive. From where third place is to fourth place. I think that's a big thing that we have to look at is Mare Gaming, who, you know, obviously we've got a bit of bias with the two British guys in it, but they were really off the pace. And today, it doesn't get any easier because they play FearX today. So, you know, what do you say?
I mean, this is a conversation piece that we had yesterday about the difficulties that a team like Mir can face, right? You have 3 Korean players, 2 English dudes that are kind of walking in there, and not just any sort of dudes in there. They're one world champion and one that has a boatload of experience in Europe and in other regions also. And it seems like you're trying to reinvent the wheel when you don't have the basis, the chassis to get rolling with it from the start. And that's kind of a discussion piece that we had yesterday when trying to eat into that time portion of what do you do when there are changes like that, Ollie?
It's difficult, isn't it? Because which way do you go? You know, you've obviously got experience of different structures on that team, having got players in from an entirely different region. You've got players in from Europe, so they're going to bring their own mindset, their own play style, their own experiences into the mix. We've mentioned Blur there, a hammer lifter. You know, he's obviously seen the game played out at the highest level and won it. So he's got his own, you know, bias experiences in there as well, just as everybody else's experiences are a little bit biased. And I think everyone's got their own idea of what could work and what could be good. But I think for me yesterday, not to go too deep into mere gaming, but it at times looked like 5 solo players, and it looked like they didn't have that ideology ironed out, really. It was like everyone was trying to do their own thing. And we saw a lot of solo plays. We saw a lot of strange communication, and obviously we can't hear them, but you can see when communication isn't working in the game because things just don't happen the way that they should. So I think for me, it's still in that sort of building phase. It's still in that growing phase, still finding what clicks.
And it actually all makes sense because our first game is Mir versus Fear X. So let's put up Mir on the screen here very quickly to see exactly what we were talking about and give you a bit of a visual. As we're saying, Blur and Sloth on the squad with Ende, Baguette, and Guard. Now, what do you do with this demo? How do you try to recover from that tough day when you lose 1-7, Demon Kia?
You strip down to bare basics. That's the main thing that they have to do. They couldn't even get walls open yesterday on a map like Labs, which is just how do you expect to go into a league against good sides? Don't forget, as much as we say yes, it's maybe not the most competitive region, but certainly if you look at the top three, all teams who we've seen have some relatively okay success internationally. So it's going to be tough whenever you go up against those bigger sides. And for you to go into Labs and not even understanding the true fundamentals, that's where you have to say, okay, you get 4 bans, the other team gets 4 bans. You can ban 4 maps. If you ban away the 4 heavy strat maps and you just try and focus on your gun skill, which really, that's, for me, the biggest thing they have going for them is they do have gunners. That's what they need to be focused on today, is they need to get the map selection right. I don't want to see them going to a map which is big, all about strat work. You have to really put in the time and effort, because again, even the timing, I thought they were very slow yesterday. Also, they need to play faster. They need a map which will suit that play style.
This could be the start of something as well. Don't forget, you look at those fixtures that are coming up. They've got Webble, they've got BNA.
Yeah.
So a result here against Fear X, as high and pie in the sky as that seems, that could be the start of something, especially when it comes to thinking about cementing that third or maybe even, fourth, maybe even third place. But if you look at their previous run of games, it hasn't gone well, has it? There's 8 losses in there, there's a couple of wins, but there really are only a sprinkling of wins in and amongst there. And the win against Blossom, it's a 7-1. Have they really learned anything from that win? Sometimes you can win very convincingly and not be able to take anything away from it, and often you'll get a bit more away from a loss. So let's see how they've been able to adapt and what they've been able to do. I don't think they need to do anything too major. Like you said, Demo, it was fundamentals, wasn't it? It was basics of teamwork, basics of getting walls open. I think if we get a couple of them working and pulling in the same direction, we might see them achieve something. But particularly that entry was somewhere that I really didn't like the way that they were playing it yesterday. It was a very solo level of entry. In some cases, players even droning themselves in. And if we look at some of the best teams in the world and some of the best entries, that isn't the recipe for success.
No, and this is that topic that we have to resolve once we get into the server. I'd like to take a look at their opponents in this matchup here. Fear X. That fight, and I'd like to remind everybody that just because you're in the top 2 of the group stage doesn't mean you automatically qualify to Montreal. This is the proving ground to get to the playoffs of the region, and that's for every single region. So you want to prove your medal in best of 1s and maybe prepare yourselves for best of 3s later on in the playoffs. But Fear X, they're looking pretty, and they're pretty darn good. Yesterday versus Urglis, they look great versus Webble in day 1 versus before and after demo. These guys seem to be ready to compete at this high level.
I love their stage yesterday. I think they understood Bank really well. They understood the meta, which I think for some teams they still struggling with just how you need to play Siege currently. And I thought they understood it really well. They knew how to control tempo. They knew how to control pace. They seen their win conditions. And they had the gun skill to back it up more than anything. Good boy, 2 quadra kills, inside of one map. It's really, really impressive to do. So I was very pleasantly surprised to see that, we've got a Korean side here who can play almost that Brazilian style, because that's what it is. That's why I see a little bit of that glimmer, that little bit of rush execute, where you try and work in conjunction with each other, and you have all that gun skill being able to back it off and just make sure you get the trades. I thought the trade game was great yesterday as well.
The trades are fantastic. Something that's impressing me so much about this Fear X roster is their defender win rate. At the minute, they're rocking around a 90% defender win rate, which is just insane. We know when we always talk about how defense is strong in this game and different maps can make it even better, but these guys just aren't losing rounds. Their entries are fantastic. We're looking at players like Rin, Good Boy. Rin's 4-0 on the entry this stage already. Good Boy, he's a little bit less. I think he's 4-3, but he's still in that conversation. There was a lot of big moments and a lot lot of big players on this roster yesterday. We saw Good Boy getting 2 4Ks. We saw Rin getting a 4K. Explosive moments. And these aren't just like big solo plays. These are plays that have been set up by the rest of the team, whether it's Rin on the flank whilst the rest of the team's distracting and he's been given that space and seen that opportunity, or whether it's Good Boy and they've gathered information for him on the drone and they've finally hit their 3-2-1. They've got players in position to cut off, and all it's about is sending Good Boy in and getting him a load of kills. I think for me, they're the best team in Korea. It's a question, isn't it? You know, you've got to put them up there. I think they're probably a bit better than D+ in my eyes. And are they better than Talon? They're probably very level at the moment.
And that's something I do want to explore with a Good Boy, specifically our highlight player for this matchup. There's no two ways around it. If you guys, any of you, watched the show yesterday, you'll see Good Boy did excellently. And that has just been the prerogative over the past 3 play days here in Korea. We'll see if we can add a 4th one to it. But to you, Demo, as someone that clearly has an insane amount of experience in Rainbow Six Siege, what do you think Good Boy is the player that he is?
Honestly, I think there's a mix of he listens to what he gets told to do, which sometimes you struggle with, with some entry players and some players you think maybe they know best. So I think in terms of listening to his IG, I think he does that extremely well. Also, I like the way that they also give him a bit of freedom if needed. He's not scared, which I think if you have to be a top player and a top gunner in the scene, you need to just have no hesitation. You look at a team like Fury, they have 5 players who don't hesitate anything they do. That's why they're so good. And I think Good Boy just goes and do it. He doesn't sit there and mess around and think, oh, should I not? He goes and does it. He leaves nothing back. Either make the play makes you.
I love that saying. I love when you come out with it. Make the play or the play makes you. It's exactly that, though, isn't it? He's got that pressure on his shoulders, and sometimes it isn't going to work off. Fortunately, yesterday it worked off a couple of times, and we saw him be that hero. What happens when it doesn't work? That's what I want to learn about this FearX roster. What happens when they come up against a little bit more competition? And maybe that could be today. They're going up against Mir. It's a team full of gunners. They're very talented. They can win gunfights. If they get the basics and the fundamentals right, they might give FearX a bit of a harder time here. And you've just got to look at it and think they're used to going up against big names. Blur and Sloth, they've played against some of the best players in the world. Now, the rest of the players on this Korean team, might not have played up against the best players in the world. They might not have played up against Shaiko at international, but we've got that experience. So they're going to be used to having a talisman player and maybe looking to target him a little bit. So Good Boy, maybe he doesn't have an easier day of things today. But again, that's where we see that adaptation come through and how are FearX still able to enable him.
Well, let's see what map we're going to be playing on in this series as our players get set up and ready in that lobby. Demo, can you please take us through it?
Well, I said I wanted to see a little bit more of the kind of gun skill maps shining through. Already I look like a schmuck because look at the first 2 band border and Shally, the 2 maps which fit that characteristic. Look, labs being up worries me a lot. Again, for Mir, there's no way they go back there after what happened to them yesterday. Because it wasn't up to scratch at all. They didn't understand the fundamentals. I think Mir maybe will try to get onto Skyscraper, which they looked really good on last week whenever they played against Blossom. I think for FearX, look, they have a great map pool. We know that. I think they'll be happy to play them on really any map. And the more I look at it, I think Skyscraper might be coming.
I think it's a bank, honestly. I thought it might have been a bank at the start. Oh, there we go.
We're both wrong.
Both wrong. Brilliant. It's a cafe. So it was Mir to decide. And they decided to ban the bank. Now, I thought that Mir would have left that bank open, having seen FearX play it yesterday, maybe thinking, right, we've got a bit of tape, we can figure them out on it. We know what we want to do. But instead, we are going to be headed onto a cafe. I'm not sure how this goes because I think about cafe and I think
FearX really like this map.
It could be quite an aggressive map, though, for the defenders. So, we've already spoken about how we know that some of the players on the side of Mir like to play that aggressive style, and the defense like to go for those spawn peaks. I think it could be good for Mir in that regard. Also could be good for Mir in the regard that there isn't a lot of focus on getting walls open. Let's be honest, you do want to get walls open, but it isn't always the be all and end all. There's so much window play on this map. So maybe some of the fundamentals that we saw lacking yesterday are going to be a little bit less important today.
All right, there's a lot to explore in it, as you're saying. I think FA is a really enjoyable map to watch, just for me. First of all, I am a fan of colors and like maps that have more of them. Definitely Cafe is one of them. But I like that there's a lot of verticality involved in Cafe. No matter what site you're attacking, you play it from below, you play it from above. You have staircases you need to constantly watch out for, rotations, flanks, jump outs, the whole shebang. You get that classic Rainbow Six experience in this map. And obviously the rework, that was what, 3.5 years ago. It's actually crazy to say it in that way, on that first EUL week where it was played for every single game that it was accessible for, which is the entire play date. So I love to get to see it, and I think this is going to be a big test for Mir, right? Bank is out. You guys have been talking about it since forever. You know, there's more aggression that you can do there, but for Cafe, you got to be a bit more locked in on the strategy and cohesion to make it work now.
I think that's true. There is a lot more sort of team play that can be involved in Cafe. I think clearing top floor and mid floor if you're attacking downstairs, for example, is very important. Or just in general, clearing the floor above the bomb sites. So if you're attacking into the mid floor, you're going to need that top floor cleared. And teamwork obviously plays a massive part into that. Pre-placed drones, people moving in from different sides, catching people, making sure that you can pinch defenders, and ultimately get the job done for as little cost as possible. Whether that's, you know, players' lives or whether it's, you know, utility, either or really. So I think there's a technical aspect to Cafe in that regard, but it is very basic. That's things that we expect these teams to be able to do in their sleep almost. So then it comes down to some quite flashy gunplay. And I know it's not seen as a big fragging map demo, but it's certainly a map that I think of big individual performances can often make a big difference.
I mean, I think you can gun on this map. I mean, you got windows, you got jump outs, you've got all that going for you. Cafe's one of those maps where it's getting in the building. That's going to be the struggle for the attacks.
Mm-hmm. Well, gentlemen, as you can see, we are loading into the map, so we can finally lay all of those ideas to the side and focus on exactly what's going to happen in the server. A big test for Mir. We'll see if Fearex here can show their strength, as they have picked defense and definitely have been picked more favorably by our viewership. For our first game of this Playdate number 4 in South Korea League, I'll leave you to Extra Troca and Demo. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Game number 1 demo. We are back again. Ready and raring to get underway. We got Mia and Fearex. Monty available. Monty was banned in every single game yesterday. However, today it's going to be a Ying and a Blitz ban. So maybe we get to see a little bit of Monty finally. I'm sure that we will. It's a fantastic operator to start clearing out area on this map. Mia, they're going to remove the Azami. Makes that top floor a little bit more tricky to hold. I think this is probably one of Azami's best maps. I mean, Azami is fantastic on nearly every map, but it's very popular for it to be banned on Cafe. And a Valkyrie to round things out. One of those pesky black eye cameras getting sent around the place. Now, is that a bit of a statement? Is there an intention there from Mir Gaming? We're not seeing the Monty picked initially, but of course we do have 6 picks. There is chance for that to come through at a later point. But here we go, Demo. Round number 1.
Oh, I'm liking the lineups from both teams just based on the sheer, okay, we're going to predict what you're going to do. Azami being banned means Mira's up. Mira, incredibly strong for Cafe, holding on to that top floor especially. Really, really good. So as you can see, in response, Blur immediately on the Kali, Sloth immediately on the Ash. Ready for that operator. Then you look on the side of the defense. Monty up. Look what they have on Rin. An Oryx. So I'm loving just the little... Immediately, you know what's up. You know what's going to be good. We have to bring the counters right from the get-go. The thing is, though, with Rin, he's not going to be able to do much because there's no Monty, no shields intended and being played for Mir Gaming. So he's really just a gun and a setup operator. You can have the shotgun, make some holes. Yeah, the gadget. You're not gonna use the gadget up a hatch, are you? That doesn't exist. No one does that.
I mean, people do it sometimes, don't
Oryx
they?
is just a Monty counter. That's all he is. He is literally designed to counter 1 or 2 operators. And even that, I don't think he's a big counter to Blitz, because Blitz is actually quite fast and Blitz can, like, sidestep him, if that makes sense. Monty's a lot easier because he's slower.
Oryx is the fastest operator in the game.
Yeah, that's such a Parker thing to say. Parker says it all the time. It's like just not true, is it?
How can Blitz be faster?
Just is.
That makes no sense.
No, trust me. Trust me.
Well, the Kali's been switched out in favor of a Zero. I think this is a really good map for Zero. There's a lot of nice little setups that you can get.
I think Zero's a bit mid.
I like Zero.
Nah, I don't rate him. I think there's like just way better operators you can bring. If you need info in sight, you've got Dokkaebi and Lion, for goodness sake, that you can just pop and get info. And if you need flank protection, I mean, Nomad and Gridlock are up.
Well,
like what's that cam doing?
I'm not. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm not entirely sure.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't rate the operator.
I mean, it's not to watch for a jump out, is it? Because it's going to be way too late by the time that anything's. Yeah. All right, sound. Well, the camera's been taken out. The opening kill has gone in favor of Fear. I think losing that Flores, whilst it's not going to be the biggest impact, we did already see Flores get a bit of value out. He's going to stall things out somewhat. Not a lot of pressure on the vertical right now. They don't have a book. Now, a book is a bit of a mainstay operator for Cafe because there's so much destructibility. So many different areas of the map that you can destroy. And typically, if you're attacking into this first floor, you're going to want to rip open a lot of that top floor. Because look what's happening. There's a mirror window being played in sight. And there's not a lot you can do about it.
I mean, obviously, trade's been forfeited, but I think BRX are more than happy to give them that. Mostly because they got the opening pick. Having an opening pick just establishes their control even more so. Kills happened. Looks like outside a pillar door, and Rin out of nowhere on the Oryx. Almost good for 2. But Baguette at least picks up Rin. Now it's Baguette and Sloth, and this is an attack that here Gaiman just looked lost in. Similar to yesterday. No real bite to the attack. Just moving in one by one. Sloth, get your exit. Good boy. Picks him up. I mean, none of those mirror windows, Ollie, by the way, were placed above, and they still did not take above.
May just didn't really do anything, did they?
No.
We didn't even see them take, like, they just played on red stairs. Why are they not taking above and opening up the floor and trying to catch defenders on rotations? Like, it just seemed like a super strange round. Blur was out there on reading door for pretty much the entirety of the round. Well, at least until he died. The Zero camera was super strange because it was really visible from the window.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Real strange one.
There's no mirror windows upstairs, right? So the good mirror windows on the wall from the piano. That's all been forfeited, right? So piano should be taken immediately. If you're having issues with taking that cocktail, all you do is you bring a Grim and stick Grim on the window, and Grim can just spot out everyone on C1, C2, C3. And it's so simple as that. Usually whenever the Grims come in, defenders will just run away and drop down the hatch. So they forfeit control immediately. But then the issue is, like you mentioned, even if they do that, they have no soft destruction.
Well, no soft destruction in this round, but they are going to be bringing the sledge, so... Or should I say no book this round, but they are going to be bringing the sledge. So they do have the ability to start opening up some of that flooring. And they're going to need to. The Lion being brought as well this time. Something a little bit different. But could help them with that roam clear. Get looking for a bit of a solo entry there at the bottom of White Stairs. A nice little drone for Sloth here that's going to be gathering a bit of information as to what's going on just at the bottom of Pillar. But again, the setup on site is pretty minimal. We've got reinforced walls and we've got a player tucked in behind the train. They're going to, or should be looking for that top floor and to see just exactly what's going on up there with not being able to see the mirror windows down here. You're going to expect that those are being played upstairs. Cade, easily dealt with here. A lot of value for Ende being found out of that shock drone. Now, finally, Devon, we've got players in on the top floor. Are we going to see a clear?
Wait, do they have hard breach gadgets? Who's hard breach gadgets in this lineup? Is it Lion? Does Lion have hard breach gadgets? I never rolled nades on him.
No heart breach gadgets in the kit.
Lion
right
doesn't
now,
have
is
one,
there?
does he? No. Does he?
There's none on
Let
the
me
top.
check.
There's none on the top bar.
Okay, yeah, he has none. So he's got rid of the Cade Claw and a hatch that they're not going to open. And they're trying to take above with very little vertical. All they have is a sledge. And they're not going to be able to get the hatch open. So how are they going to get into the bomb site?
Well, there's still a lot of work to do even in terms of getting that top floor cleared. There's a pulse below.
The thing is, Nova's safe, by the way, from the verticals, unless like you can kill him from hatch. But if hatch is shut, he's safe. So they can't get train. Therefore, they cannot jump in the window. Bro, I'm confused already. Like, I'm struggling.
Sloth going to find an opener onto Nova. Maybe not as safe as you thought there, Demo. Well, Sloth did go for a slightly alternate line of approach. He's going to find himself another there. Still Demic on the pulse, on the prowl. Good boy has now got himself tucked in. He's got a great angle to work with here. Gets the visual, but can't do too much about it. Sends the Toxic Babe canister out.
Missed.
Is he going to stop Ende from getting the plant down? No. Sloth on for 3 kills. Good boy pushing through the smoke aggressively, trying to make something happen, but gets murked from the window. Can't give yourself up like that. With the diffuser planted, it's all down to Mefe. He's going to pick the first of 5 that he needs, but his location is known. Can he land the shots onto the player? Up there on Heaven. Doesn't look like it. Going to push himself through 90s. In the spin cycle right now, it's going to be Endy to finish things off.
A round win for Mere Gaming, but I have to say, it's just on the back of Sloth. Like, the attack, fundamentally, was not good. No soft destruction above, hatch, staying shut. They just tried to jump in a window. I mean, if Sloth doesn't get any of those kills at a 5v5, they lose that. You know, like, it's... all credit to Mere Gaming, right? This is the way I wanted to see them play. It was playing the gun skill, you know? Let Sloth get fired up.
Need to locate and defuse as
But
many bombs as they can.
I kind of look at it as well. You're against Fear X, and look at the gunners that they have. You're sending them by yourself, hoping he's going to pull off miracles. Is that going to be their win con every round? Maybe. Is it going to work every round? Definitely not. There's no way Sloth's going to be guaranteed to do the exact same thing again.
Of a bomb.
And that's where you're going to start to see the inconsistency coming through, right? 4 and 2 right now. Did a great job. But all of those engagements that he won were just 1 versus 1s.
Yep.
If one of those goes the other way, which it will, the round really does start to fall apart.
To go.
And again, it comes down to lineup more than anything.
Attackers are
And the lineup this time
the bomb.
is looking a lot better, I'll be honest. They've got a lot of soft destruction this time. They've got the book, which is favorable as opposed to the sledge, and they've also got the ram. They're bringing the Ossa shield as well. Still not opting for the Monty, which is a little bit surprising, seeing as it's open and knowing how powerful it can be, especially when you're going to be attacking onto this kitchen. They've got Havana for the hard breach as well this time.
I'm surprised no Monty. I think the kitchen site, you just push in from White Corridor. Really, really easily push out the guy from VIP, which we know is always a bit of a tricky position for the attackers. I do worry about the final kind of execute, because they have really nothing to clear away those players from, like, VIP and Restaurant, for example. Mefe and Rin both giving their lives away right from the get-go. They now have to start questioning Fear X. Is this overconfident, the way they're just running around the map? They just think, oh, it's only Mere Gaming, we can do what we want.
Yeah, I think Rin's been pretty quiet so far, hasn't he?
He even went for the, he went for the best gun in the game as well.
The Boss G.
I'm telling you, bro, I was playing it yesterday. Unbelievable. It really is. Because the thing is, the Boss G hasn't been changed. Like, it's not as though this has been shadow buffed or something like that. Deimos released meant people played Vigil. And then people playing Vigil, then they realized, oh, hang on a minute, this gun's absolutely cracked.
But also, do you not think the ACOG being back on it's a big thing? I know that's a change that came a while ago, but
yeah,
I think that's
it was a very long time ago. Yeah.
But it wasn't a very long time ago. It was only like
No,
3
it
months
was
ago.
That was a long time ago.
I don't think it was that long ago. I feel like it's added to the rise. Mira stalled out for a little bit here, but it's not too much of a bad thing. They've still got some key defenders to deal with. Nova tucked into VIP. You can hear them making work on that flooring though, and starting to find these little pockets to get nades down or remove a little bit of utility. Nadegar getting sent in by Ende. Smokes. Just going to blind and really disrupt Nova in his current location. Good boy. Able to tuck himself in. He's still got Vulcan canister to go with. And despite the man count advantage with the time where it is, isn't going to be so straightforward for Mir right now. They just go for this hatch drop and good boy gets lucky here and hits a couple of shots. Then it could be quite difficult to get this job done. The nade comes through. It's going to force him out of position. The Vulcan canister has been exploded. He's full white flashed. Baguette's going to find himself one. Blur another. Now all down to Nova. That VIP player has rotated out, picks himself one. That plant needs to start going down right about now. Guard going to be there to finish things off. Was caught in the goo mine, but knew he didn't have the fortune of time to take it out before getting that final kill.
Yeah, good job from here. Good fundamentals again. Maybe a little bit more vertical. I think even good boy being able to play that close as well. He should have been dead ages ago, you know, from the buck opening up the bunker angle. But again, still dealt with him. Flashes were good. Good information being done as well. I mean, X just giving away 2 kills right from the get-go doesn't do themselves any favors. And obviously, if you give a team like Mir Gaming for that particular attack, which is quite easy on the face of things, you give them that initial 2-man difference, it's going to be really difficult for the remaining 3 defenders to cover an entire bottom floor as well. Don't forget that on that defense, you cover every position off that floor. So yeah, it's difficult to do with 3 people. Fear X opting for the road less traveled by Ollie, I would say. The top floor defense comes in.
Oh dear.
Which we did we see this during our BDS ITB game that we had on Monday night?
Don't believe
Somebody
so.
played here, did they not? I swear somebody played up here. Check.
I don't think we saw it. No, we did, because I pulled out the stat, didn't I?
Yeah, it was you made it up.
Yeah, but well, I mean, a lot of mine are, but this isn't going to do anything for Fear X's win percentage coming into this fixture. They were sitting at a 91% defender win rate, and this is the worst defensive site in the game. And I'm sure that we are going to see why. Flores trying to get a bit of action going on there, but Drone gets shot out as it gets sent through the skylight. I think that Mir have got pretty much all the tools that they need right now. It is a shame to me that they're shying away from operators like the Grim, because I think Grim can be so good
Grim's
for taking
so good in the top floor.
this site. Yeah. It's just so easy to root those players out. You know where they're going to be. Oh, Rin going to pick himself up an opener there. Forget just getting caught with Zephyr's launcher in hand. Can't give yourself away like that. Can't expose too much of yourself when you just eyeing up or lining up one of those shots. Not the best start there for me.
I like the strategy, though, coming in from Fear X. You think about what they're trying to do. It's holding on the cigar shop. They've put the castle barricade in the way, and they have just stacked up so much bits of utility. They've stacked up ADSs, WAMI disc, Aruni gates, you know, the triple threat of util denial. And whenever they just see them dump in all of that utility, they can just leave because they know they've wasted enough time, wasted that utility. Now for Fear X, they just don't be giving kills like that away. You know, foolish peaks. All they have to do is sit in their hands and play their crossfires. Yeah.
Sloth's clearly got a good warm-up in today. He's hitting some nasty shots. It was a really narrow angle. Ende seems to be gathering information with his Rotero drones more than destroying utility. Having a bit of a tough time with them. Not able to get them into the correct spot. Sloth just going to get a drone there and find out that somebody is inside a freezer. He also knows there's likely someone backfilling that position on 90 where he already got the kill, and we can see that Nova is just floating in between washroom and that pixel spot. Rin is going to pick up his second kill on the round. If he isn't shut down soon, he could be a big problem. Now he's allowed to rotate into freezer and hold a really nice angle now onto that shop door. 30 seconds left on the clock, and Mir haven't really done too much right now. They've only been given space. They've not taken anything off Fear X at the minute. Sloth going to go for a bit of a crouch walk in, see what he can find now. Gets a couple of points of damage, but nothing significant. Nothing that's going to give them that burst that they need to get themselves in onto site. And Rin isn't finished. Third kill on the round. Everything happening in and around that freezer area, and Sloth falls. Demic to pick the final 2. FearX bucking the trend here on the top floor of Cafe and getting around on the defense.
I mean, they played it well. I just said they had to sit back, play their crossfires, double up. I want to highlight the position that Rim was playing inside of Freezer. Obviously a very risky area, and you've seen that he had, you know, part of the wall leading into Piano was open, and it was a full walkable rotate as well. And what that does is obviously it denies players just walking straight in through Cigar double door into Piano or into Minibar, whatever it is. And the power about that position is if you have another teammate inside of bathroom, you both have the same angle onto the same door. The issue with the attacker is that they can only choose one player to swing. Naturally, they're always going to swing Rin, right? If they swing Rin inside of a freezer, the guy on bathroom gets a free kill because the guy's not looking at him. So it's a really good power vision on the top floor that I'd recommend anyone to play. You just work in conjunction. Sure, it may seem a bit like, you know, you're baiting out your castle, but you could easily try and stop that kill before it happens, you know, with ease, or at least get the trade-off nonetheless, which is kind of the main thing about Cafe, is making sure the attackers don't have enough manpower, because there's a lot of different windows. You know, every point of that top floor, there's somewhere you can rotate to a window and then cause another issue. If you're an extra man in the attack, that's the struggle that the defense has to go with. So I think playing the trade game FearX, they've done that brilliantly.
And I think from Mir, it's a lost opportunity, isn't it? The take, it was just drop down Red Hatch and then essentially just wait for Sloth to try and push in and get every kill under the sun, which we saw him attempt, but he wasn't able to do because it's not repeatable. Still, it's a 2-2 half. Finally, we see a bit of Monty action. Blur has got himself onto that Monty. Hope he catches up and gets ahead of Sloth, because if the Monty is in front and Sloth is behind, it's going to be a pretty deadly combo. But in the meantime, Sloth just holding on to that pixel angle. There is going to be a pre-placed C4 upstairs as well, and there's a bit of info to call off that. We've got a good boy below on the pulse. It's going to be an area that you want to avoid if you are Mir Gaming right now.
The Monty. In we go. This is where Monty's just so good. I mean, look at this. What other operator can just clear out Pixel, move their way in towards bathroom if needed as well. Open up bathroom. So the player in there needs to get out of there as fast as they can. You would expect that the Monty has done the job and will be able to feed out that information. And no one's top floor, so should be quite an easy execute here for Mir Gaming. The only thing is, Ollie, minute 15 on the clock. Only now just starting to do their vertical pressure. They haven't really gotten in towards, you know, back a cocktail, for example, either, which would be another point that they'd like to open up. More than anything, do they have the information of where these players are? Have they done the drone work to know, okay, he's in this site, they're in pillar, whatever it is? I mean, oh, Nova? What are we doing? Dancing underneath the open floorboards. He gets punished because of it.
The late time in the round for an opening pick to come in, but with 40 seconds left, things still aren't looking great for Mir right now. Sloth resorting to the secondary shotgun to try and open up a couple of these lines of sight. Only so much that the Ram can do, and especially with it being straight lines only, you don't always get the angles you need. With no smoke, book, it can be a little bit difficult, but it looks like it's not even going to matter. Ende, he's going to start to get that plan down. God, he's had 3 kills. Mephi picks himself up one, but gets demolished by the Monty. Blur bearing down on there. The plant was going down. Mir able to collapse.
Yeah, great job there from Mir. Just playing the vertical game extremely well. Using the Monty. Look, I mean, immediately the Monty just gives them that initial success. It's because he's just that good. You know, being able to just sweep that top floor, scare away the defenders. You know, it was a great job from them. But again, for FearX, I mean, look at the kills, Ollie. It's not looking pretty. I mean, this isn't the same team we seen yesterday.
It's not, is it? You know, we highlighted Good Boy. He's double negative right now. Rin, the only positive player, 5 and 4. But this is what you expect coming up against Mir Gaming. There's never going to be a week in the Career League where Mir Gaming play twice in the week, and have 2 really bad games because their playstyle is inconsistent. It relies on Sloth going 8-3.
I mean,
no, we're around 6 and he's going 8-3. Like he's getting over 1 kill per round. He's hitting all of his shots. If these shots weren't getting hit, it'd be a different story. Fortunately for today, for Mia, Guard is double positive as well. He's 4-2. Now, it's off the back of gun skill. It's off the back of just winning 1v1 engagements. It isn't that he's getting droned into perfection and that they're generating crossfires and he's always the one on the right side of things. Boss just literally floating into sight and floating into the buildings in some instances.
I just don't know if Fearx are letting him do it though.
Well,
all he's doing is playing Ash as well. That's all he's doing is playing Ash. Which, little tip, everyone, this is why we ban Ash in rank. So people like this cannot play the game, okay?
What was the other one?
Vigil.
Vigil. Ash Vigil bans, is it?
Ash Vigil bans, thank you.
Ash Vigil season.
Thank me later, everyone. You will have success. And also you may think, oh, but what about shields then? What about shields? Play the shields. You become the shield and you have no issues. And if they try and ban your Monty, you play Blitz. If they ban your Blitz, you play Monty. You will never lose. And there we go again, Sloth. Ban Ash. Ban it.
Rent, first of all. A little bit of information available on this top floor as well. Now, they have changed up their strategy a little bit. Mere Gaming this time do have that secondary hard breach gadget to try and open up into train. So if they are able to get themselves into piano there and open up that hatch, that would be fantastic. And they getting a lot of value out of his shock drone again this time. No Cade Claw for him to scoot out. Instead, we should see this hatch get opened this time. Blur. Not on the Monty this time, but he's still on a shield. He can just harass and force those players a little bit further down that white corridor, but we're seeing the bite back. Good boy. In a great position now. Nobody knows that he's here. He's pushed through the smoke, and he's going to get immediately success as he takes Blur down. A fantastic play, and he's got himself out of dodge as well. God, looking for him, skeleton key in hand, even shot open the wall there, even though it was reinforced, just trying to get to him. He'll eventually finish him off. A flashy play from Good Boy, but it's likely not going to be enough. Demic doesn't have a C4, has the heartbeat scanner, so can find a bit of information, but with 35 seconds left, it isn't going to be the easiest thing to do. The diffuser getting rotated around now toward the site, and Baguette just consolidating a little bit, knowing that he can just hold this vert. He's got a couple of drones up there to watch that flank. Demic just waiting for this plant to start going down. He needs to try and wait for that to make it a 1 versus 2, not a 1 versus 3. Smoke's getting sent out. He's going to be worried about the vert. Doesn't have too much info onto this. Going to play it on those white stairs. Takes the drone out. That's going to be the information that they need. Can't find the player crouched on the other side of the bomb chassis, and that plant being confirmed spells disaster right now. What to expect off Demic in that position. And it's going to be Baguette to find the final kill.
Almost a little bit scary there from Mere Gaming, but you have to give credit to Guard. Probably the biggest gunfight I would say we've had, because that's a make or break round, more or less, is it not? If he loses that engagement against the player inside the bathroom, oh boy, where do we go from there? So yeah, he had to step up, had to get that trade onto Blur, who just did not expect the smoke to stand close, which, look, can you blame him? I think it was a great play being made. But it's just one of them, isn't it? But still, being able to get the trade off, no harm done. You win the round. You go next. You should be happy with a 4-2 split. Very, very happy with that in Cafe. But Fearx today, I don't know how they're just going into these engagements by themselves and just hitting their head against what every single time. The opening stat, I think, is what, 4-2? I think to Mere Gaming as well.
Yeah, Mere Gaming, I don't know. It looks like a different Fearx today. Well, this is what we're expecting from Mere, and this is why yesterday, when they went against D+, we gave them the benefit of the doubt, and we said, you know, this is a really important game. This could be a game for that third place. Well, this is equally important against Fearx right now, because Fearx is looking like one of the top teams inside of Korea, so a result here would be fantastic. 4 rounds on the attack on Cafe. No mean feat. Not the most difficult map in the world to attack, but they've come out with a positive split. Now you'd hope that, well, they're on the easier side of things, really. They can rat things out here and really start to rattle Fear X, then maybe they can make something happen. Still timeouts available for both teams at the moment. We'll have to see when and if they choose to be used.
The lineup for Fear X, pretty good. A bit of everything that you need here. Maybe really the hard breach is the only thing that you're missing, but maybe the Monty could have the hard breach gadgets. I don't know. I don't know if they even need it though, because if you actually look at the way that typically freezer attacks work out, don't forget that the defenders usually open freezer up for you anyway, don't they? They do the feet holes. If you have a sledge, just get in there and open it up with no real issues. I think the biggest thing is maybe just not getting the hatch open. That would be, I think, the main concern, but they do have one hard breach gadget still left. So, it does look as though it was in the... Actually, showing the Deimos who has it. Not Deimos you would have wanted for the nades, but not the way that they want to play this round. They should be able to get the hatch open. And they've done all their verticality. Just a case of getting down their Monty into a position where you can start clearing away the player inside a VIP and restaurant.
It's a very slow and considered approach from Fear X, but it is not by no means a bad thing.
Yeah,
some key
brilliant
players
tech.
that they need to try and
Brilliant
do with. Baguette going to find out that kill onto Mia. Baguette going to get downed in the process for it. Rin hitting him back with the trade, but some great aggression there being shown from Blur. He's giving his location away, but his sights are purely trained on those brown stairs. Deimos looking to try and make something happen, but can't land the shot. Blur, 2 kills. Good boy. Next into the fight. Just going to start approaching the bar, but there are players in and around that area. It's going to be Sloth this time. Demic out in the cold, Demo.
Literally. Sloth still on the ground. He's not going to get this, is he? Yeah, Sloth. I mean, what do you say, this guy again today? Just every engagement he's going into, Ollie, he just always wins it, doesn't he?
Yeah,
no fear at all.
It's just a life day, isn't it? But the thing is, it's not even a life game. It's one of those games where Sloth's on. I
have to highlight the Echo tech as well. Echo, great counter to Monty. Waited for the Monty to push down long, as we knew it was coming. Echo cam in position. 3, 2, 1. Stun him, swing, dead Monty. Because whenever you get Echo stunned, the Monty unshields, and the shield gets deflected away from you as though you've been like meleeed. So it's an absolute freebie. The head exposed, chest exposed, all day, every day.
5-2. Could this be the upset that we were hoping for today?
I think it is. I think it's done.
I mean, I'm
genuinely
surprised
do.
that Fear X haven't taken the timeout, Demo. What are you thinking?
I just think Sloth. Honestly, Sloth. It's just, what do you say?
11-4.
He's almost double the next person on his team's kills.
Yep.
5 seconds to go.
No, it's a big performance. Make no mistake.
I don't think Mirror Gaming care anyway. Like, oh yeah, Sloth, carry us, please, get us in there.
Well, it's one of those, isn't it? Like, this is why you bring a player like that in, because you know he's got the capability to do it, but it just isn't consistent.
That's why we play with Tim.
Don't even start.
That's why.
I've never seen Tim go 11-4.
I think Tim's currently streaming right now.
I've never seen him go 11-4.
Not yet.
I've actually got a big evening session booked in with Tim tonight.
Have you?
Yeah, big ranky evening sesh. Couple of play days of career, and I'm raring to get back in the server.
I'm a degenerate. I played 30 games last night.
That is a bit too much, to be honest.
But we were grinding. We were having fun.
Well, that's all that matters.
It is. It's not about the games that you lose. It's the friends you make along the way.
This is a heavy investment right here. A heck of a lot of utility placed just outside of that red stair.
No drones allowed.
No, you are not going to find out what we have happening up here. Oh. It is the top floor site. Now, we've already criticized this site for being quite difficult to defend. However, it is one of the 2 rounds that Fear X actually were able to win on the defense. And let's see what Mirror are able to do with it. They've got a lot of the other sites open and available to them. They could have gone to the mid floor, but instead they've chosen to come up here.
I mean, they've just copied the strat, haven't they? Like, Mirror Gaming have identically copied the way that FearX held this. You know, bringing in
Castle
triple util, Castle as well. You know, obviously the attack a little bit different, and it's probably a lineup that we like more. Because you're bringing in the Monty. We're seeing the Grim as well. We play C4 for minibar. I wonder if that's going to net anything. It's just a case of Baguette just having good comms and saying, you know, flow. And that's it. And hopefully it'll get them the kill. But unfortunately for them, though, the Monty's not going to come in through minibar. Instead, straight through the double door. Avoids that C4 and now in a position where he can start spotting out these players inside a bathroom and inside a freezer, respectively.
Sloth looking really safe here. Able to swing, pick himself up the first of the round. 50 seconds left and the kills are going to start to fly. Good boy. He's been quiet all game long, but he finally rejoins the scoreboard after a couple of quiet rounds with a double. Rin adding one into the mixture. And now 15 HP getting B'd out. They're the power of the Bs. That's why we like to see him brought for this site.
Job done. I mean, good attack. I think you play the way top 4 needs to be played. Play in the windows, burn the util, use the strong operators that you have at hand. May that be a Ying, may that be a Grim. You can see the Grim being used more on covering off the white stairs. But really that Monty as well. You know, Monty just being able to push in deep like that. No other operator can do that in the game. And you just feed out all of that information. I would say that Mirror Game maybe panicked a little bit with some of the swings, where I don't really think they needed to. It's not as though they were being grimmed inside a bathroom or freezer. There's only really the Monty that they worried about, but Monty, it didn't look as though he was really going to go, you know, full out. He just wanted to play very safe and just feed information.
I think it just highlights why it's such a bad bomb site. Especially when you've got others available. But is that going to be the boost that FearX needed to get themselves back in the fight? Quite possibly. We saw a good round out of Good Boy and Rin. They're the two talisman players that we often look toward on the roster. Let's see if they can turn it into something a little bit more. Are they going to be attacking into the mid floor this time? We're seeing the Nook being brought demo. Obviously, with the recent Nook changes, it has become a little bit more popular. Ooh, nice opener. Forget there. That might have been a little spawn peek onto the bottom of white. Ooh, just underneath the default camera. Unfortunate there, and you've lost your lion.
It's the way the map works, isn't it? Get in the building, step one. It may sound easy, but it's not, Ollie. We've been there, we've done that. I've played against Sloth on this map. I don't know if you have.
I haven't. One of the first pieces of content I ever made around Siege was how not to get spawn peeked. Because I was horrendous for getting spawn peeked.
You still get spawn peeked?
No, yeah, still. I'm really bad for it.
I don't, because I simply walk out with a shield in front of my face. It's quite easy.
I am actually really bad for it, and it's one of the first things that I ever made.
Sloth, here we go. I mean, one of my earliest memories of Sloth is back in the Yukon days.
How do you lose? How do you beat this guy? He's just waltzed in, got himself 2 kills, nearly a third. The round's done. We've seen half of it, and it's done. Tell me about your earliest memory of Sloth demo.
Oh, he's just on cafe, jumping out windows, running around, basically doing this. You know, there's a bit of deja vu. It feels like I'm watching. But yeah, job's done again. I mean, FearX, so off the pace today. Like, I get that you're against Sloth right now. He's just having a, complete day where he's just going into every engagement, winning that engagement every single time. But you need to double up on him. Like, Deimos is up. Why are we not scanning Sloth and then tracking him?
Yeah.
There's so many ways around dealing with this.
I mean, they tried to double up on him in that last round, and they ended up losing 2. We are going to see the timeout. I just think this is too late. I'll be honest with you.
Too late, yeah.
To take the timeout when your opponent's on a map point. Because don't forget, May Gaming get the time to talk now as well. And they could just say, Great job. More of the same, please. Let's just tap this one in. I think it's pretty ambitious from FearX to take a timeout now and expect that they're going to be able to pick up 3 rounds on the bounce, when up until this point, they haven't been able to do that. The only team that has won consecutive rounds is Mere Gaming. And FearX, funnily enough, have only won 3 rounds. 2 of them have been on the top floor. They attacked it once and they've defended it once. Aside from that, the only other round that came was their first round in Reading Room and Fireplace. And the opening pick is devastating. Rin, the only player with an opening pick on the side of FearX. Everything else going to Mer Gaming. I think it's maybe a bit of a reality check for FearX demo.
Yeah, I think a big knock to the confidence more than anything.
Yeah, they've played some of the, air quotes, easier teams in the league up until this point. And I'm wondering if they just bundled Mere Gaming in with that mix, thinking, yeah, they're one of the easier teams, no worries. And look what happens.
Honestly, if you're D+ and Alan, you're licking your lips right now thinking we still have FearX to play. Yeah,
You're rubbing your hands. Rubbing your hands.
See, now we're in a situation where, okay, maybe the gap between Mere Gaming and the top 3 isn't that big, or maybe it's the fact that FearX are maybe fraudulent. Do I dare use that word?
You love a good fraud, Com.
They could be a fraud. They could be. Could be frauds. But they shouldn't be. Like, the way we've seen them play yesterday, Ollie, I don't even think it matters who they played against yesterday. I think they just played really good Siege. So it's really weird to see the drop-off.
Oh, it's night. But the thing is, it's night and day for both teams. Do you not think?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think for Mere Gaming, I think the map and also Sloth doing well on the map has helped them a lot. Like, there's no mistakes about it. Because again, on the attacks, Ollie, for Mere Gaming, still wasn't good enough. Let's be real. The fundamentals of the attack were great. Or were bad, sorry. It's just the fact that he had a great fragger in terms of Sloth. He was going in and single-handedly winning those rounds. Yeah,
if he's walking in and opening it up with a kill or a 2, very difficult. Looks like a bit of a pocket play coming out here. We've got a bit of glass action. Mephi gonna find Blur through the smoke. We get there to counter, though. Takes down Good Boy on the Brava. A pretty hefty, significant utility dump, and it hasn't really netted them too much.
No.
They've obviously taken out Blur. They've got rid of the Warden. And they have control here of Bakery, and they're just sort of waiting to send themselves in, but a bit of a standoff right now.
It is. Is no one going to help him? Like, no? Does nobody want to try and help the Monty? I guess not.
I think the Monty's high and dry, mate. I think the Monty is fully on their own right now.
He's screaming saying, help me, there's 2!
3v3, and Sloth trying to make that rotation inside of sight, but Rainey's going to take him down. Now trying to double up on this Monty and deal with the problem at hand. Monty causing a great distraction right now. Doesn't really need to do too much. Can just hassle and be that threat. Biggest problem is that the Monty's got the diffuser, so the Monty does need to rotate off and get themselves into a slightly better situation. Guard, just playing inside a prep. Got a bit of info that someone may be coming in through kitchen double. He's still buddied up with his teammate here. Well, the Monty going to start to try and get that plant down. Rin, 3 kills, 4 kills on the round. A huge one for Rin.
I think you have to look at Sloth there. Why does Sloth try and rotate? You know, did you not see as well immediately, as soon as the last player in sight died, Monty was immediately, okay, I'm just going to walk back now and trap these guys in Bakery, because we know where both of them are. So for Sloth, he needed to stay alive to let his 2 teammates deal with that Monty. That was the biggest issue.
Yeah. Looks like we have a bit of a tech pause. FearX successful there and picking themselves up a round that they, I'll be honest, Demo, desperately needed. But still, Mere Gaming, they sit on the precipice. On that map point, 6 rounds, 2-3 right now. They have just taken their tactical timeout. We are in a tech pause right now, so they can't talk. But the timeout was good for a round. Now it's a bold strategy to take the timeout at this point and hope that you're going to be able to get the next 3 rounds on the bounce. They've already picked up the first, so they only need 2 more to take this one into an overtime. It would be very Mere Gaming-esque if they let it slip from here, Demo, but they really shouldn't be. They're in the driver's seat right now.
All it needs 1 round. Should be doable. You would hope it'll be doable just based on how Sloth's been playing. All Sloth needs to do is just have 1 good round again, and that's them sailing through, which I think's a good likelihood to happen to them as well. But again, for FearX, I think the bigger issues is just not showing enough respect to your opponents is probably one thing. Then 2, just the lack of team play. You know, they're not trying to work together. They're not doubling up. You know, even that round as well, the Monty just stood there in Bakery. Nobody's going to help him. They were just fortunate that Sloth gave his life up, which alleviated the bomb pressure. Or else you're just staring in the barrel of, okay, how do they get into sight if the Monty's there with diffuser, holding on to these 2 guys? You got 1 guy that you don't know about in the back of sight in a strong position. How do you win that round?
Always going to be a tough one. Think about some of the side choices from Mere Gaming. I think it has been a little bit strange the way that they've opted to play it. I think maybe Blur was a bit unfortunate. They're getting first picked on the Warden. The old Warden versus the Glaz combination. Who sees... It's just a who sees who first, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it was a bold play from Mephi, and it really opened up the round. And I think that's what we need a bit more of, really, from FearX. We haven't seen that sort of devastating team play that we got yesterday on Bank. It's all been very, you know, it feels like they just sort of rolled over a little bit in a lot of instances. There's not been that much setup for players to get themselves in and to, you know, really start to be given opportunities. Players haven't been really making things happen either. Do wonder what this break's going to do for both sides, though, Demo.
Yeah, I think the extended periods, does it cool players down? Does it just take the foot of the gas just ever so slightly? Another thing as well is, you actually look at like FearX and who they still have to play. You know, we kind of mentioned it yesterday. They're kind of opening first 5 set of fixtures, or you're dodging the big 2. The big 2, you know, D+ and PSG Talon are their final 2 games of the season. For FearX, it was all about winning all of these games and making yourself look as big as possible. You know, think about, you know, creatures in the wild. You know, if they're against a big predator, they have to try and stand up and make themselves look as buff as they can. And for FearX, that's what it was going to be about, was making yourself look just this indestructible force that PSG Talon and D+ are thinking, wow, it's going to be a tough game. If you're both of those teams watching this game right now, you're thinking, why would we ever be worried about these?
Is this like the bear analogy?
More or less.
We heard this one.
Go for it.
Talking about the different types of bears. So obviously you've got black bears, brown bears, and then white bears, so polar bears. So if it's a black bear, you attack. If it's a brown bear, you lay down. And if it's a white bear, you run.
Polar bear.
Yeah, polar bear.
When am I running into a polar bear?
Well, if you find a polar bear, it's probably already too late because they're pretty good. But so you're that's the analogy that I got anyway. I think we've got a break. I think it's probably a good time. We're going to be back when this game is ready. Stay tuned.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder. Wait! And I think he might just find it.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. You join us. You join us where we left off. I was trying to read and speak at that moment, and I was reading the old chat. Thank you so much for bearing with us during that short tech pause. I believe we've got everything set back up, ready and raring to go. We do appreciate your patience during that time. We haven't missed a second of action. Mere Gaming versus FearX. It is 6-4 right now. FearX have just won the previous round off the back of a tactical timeout. And then we entered that short tech pause. But now we are ready and raring to get going once again. We're having a repeat of the site demo back downstairs into kitchen.
Yeah, here we go. Once more into the kitchen we go. Line up. And looks more or less the same, isn't it, from FearX? So you'd expect the same push as well. I'm really surprised that Mere Gaming haven't went for the the Echo play. For that Monty. Is obviously Echo dealt with the Monty extremely quickly the first time we were down here. But not opting to bring it again. Said a little bit more of the time denial more than anything. All you see the smoke, you see the Goyo come in also. Maybe they see that FearX are taking just a little bit too long on their setups. Maybe Mere Gaming thinking, hey, we can maybe play off that, maybe expose that.
Maybe. I think the last round it did go relatively slowly, didn't it? So maybe not a bad assumption to make. Monty this time in the hands of Nova. Gonna be trying to clear out this mid floor. There's some good drone setup as well. We'll get caught out on the default, but not too much of a worry. Nova just needs to make sure that he doesn't get flanked and allows a little bit of space for the rest of his team to move through. A little bit quieter this time, and I think Mere Gaming playing it a little bit more reserved, maybe, Demo, not wanting to give it too many opportunities away. If they can get it done here and now, it does alleviate some of that stress of this game going on any longer than is necessary. I think on paper today, the team that deserves to win it the most is absolutely Mere Gaming. A lot of vert been done there. Not too worrying for the players on site, though. They've got little safe pockets that they can find. But the pacing's looking pretty good at the moment from Fear.
Yeah, Goyo's popped also. I think there's still one more left up. And there we go. A bit of a blunder from FearX. Just waiting to see that happen. You just knew that something was going to happen. But thankfully it's been traded off, and they only lost the Doku, which already did send out the phone call, don't forget. Look at Sloth. On that bar, has he been checked? Or do they know he's there? I mean, Monty just has to take a couple of steps forward, then they'll be able to see him. But FearX, I keep fearing that it might get caught up with the time here. There's still a Goyo canister on the freezer as well, don't forget. And with 30 seconds, that will probably stall out the round indefinitely. And it looks as though it's been popped, and that's going to be the case. So Nova has to jump in through the window, which is the risky maneuver, of course. And Sloth has been spotted out now and will be Deimos tracked, but he wins it against Good Boy before he gets felled by the Deimos. The Flames, though, still stopping Nova. Is there any C4s as well? It could cause some issues. Perhaps there is. Nova now being able to move in. Going to go for the plant. Mir gets an impact kill. And Mephi has to try and cover against 3 players, but he doesn't have enough in the locker. And Mere Gaming clean up shop, and they take the win.
Well, a little bit of an anticlimactic finish, I guess, after that tech pause, but Mere Gaming get the job done nonetheless. They're able to remain focused in the moment and get the job done. Brilliant win for them today. I think they're going to be very pleased with that one, Demo.
I mean, they're very happy, aren't they? Loving that win. Did all sorts of celebrations, smiles on the faces of the players. Big win.
I mean, if you consider that they've only been good for 3 rounds up until this point, the most they've ever got in a game is 3 rounds this stage. That is going to feel pretty good, especially against their opponent, none other than FearX, one of the teams that we are pitting as a top dog here in Korea. Just taken out there by Mere Gaming. We're going to cut to a short break. After that, we'll break it down and we will set ourselves up for our second match of the day. Don't go anywhere.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood. No way. And I think he might just find it.
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man, I think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
Welcome back, everybody, to South Korea League. My God, what a game we have had. A complete reversal. And we were talking about this because our minds were so blown. I have not seen Blur that happy on camera since he won SI. That is another level of excitement that we got to see here, Ollie.
He's not usually a very emotional character, at least, you know, visually. Doesn't tend to give too much away, but I think that win meant a lot for everyone on the side of Mir Gaming. I think, you know, it kicks off their season now, finally. They get themselves some points on the board. It's against Fear X as well, which could, when it comes down to it, be quite an important result, push come to shove. I think they played fantastically well. The team play, was it there? Not all the time. It was more about big individual performance, I'm going to be honest with you. And the player on the left-hand side of your screen right now, Sloth, he had that big individual performance.
I mean, it says 41 kills. I think Sloth maybe got 40 of them, didn't he? Out of the 41? No, he was really good today, wasn't he? And yeah, he just dragged them through a lot of rounds where, again, I still think the structure for Mirror Gaming, still a lot of work to be done. No doubt about it. Finished 16-8. 2 KD. You know, that's some big numbers you're putting up. Look at the entries as well. I mentioned this.
Cost.
I mentioned that the entries as well, which was a big thing. You know, Fear X just gifted the first pick by themselves. And also, they weren't only giving away the first death. Nobody was there to trade it off either. You know, a lot of times Mirror Gaming were going, you know, 5-3 in man advantage before a kill came in from Fear X.
Honestly, I finally had been enjoying my chili watching this matchup and thinking, God damn, this is the Mir that we were thinking we would have. And I'm really wondering, I really want to pick both of your brains here for a moment. What is that difference today with Mir that we didn't get to see yesterday, Ollie?
The problem with Mir is that it is going to be all based on individual. I think it's all going to be based on somebody like Sloth popping off. And yesterday, we didn't see any of them pop off. They played exactly the same Siege today that they played yesterday. It just worked today. And that's one of the things that is going to trip them up later on down the line, because it is going to cause some pretty significant inconsistencies.
Cafe. It's what we wanted to see was them go to a map where you don't have to do that tedious, you know, okay, we have to open up this bridge and rotate and do this, that, or that kind of checklist. Cafe is very fluid in that motion, but you can do a lot of things. And I think if you know, Sloth is a big fan of this map. He always has been since day one. You put him on a map where he's going to be comfortable. This is the result that you're going to get.
Yeah, you're going to get Sloth with 163 EPS, 16-8, 100% cost, 4-0 on injury. I mean, look, stats, throw them out the window. Because if you watch any one of those rounds in this previous matchup, you will know that Sloth is behind it. And, you know, we've been looking at Sloth for, the past 4 years. And his rise in Europe and now going to South Korea and showing up. I hope that this is a motivation for the rest of the team also to step up and continue that role instead of just, you know, hey, today we got carried by Sloth. Let's try to do it in a different way in the future. But our schedule for today, here it is in a quick update, just to give you what just happened. Mir defeating Fear X in regulation time 7-4, means all 3 points go to Mir. We still have 3 games for you lined up today, and this now is a fight for the bottom of the league. Orglis versus Webble coming up after the break. Hello again and welcome back, everybody. South Korea League continues with game number 2 for playdate number 4. Crazy to think that there's still only 3 playdays left in our regular season. The group stage that leads up to the playoffs, and of course the last chance qualifiers for the 2 slots that are allotted to South Korea to qualify to the Blastar 6 Major in Montreal. Y'all, let's get this game on the road. Orglis versus Webble will open up this slot of our day. Of course, I'm Milosh. With me or I got buddies Exar, Trika, and Demo. Let's have a chat about these 2 squads, starting off with Webble. Because yesterday, for all intents and purposes, you could say they had a big disappointment against the before and after Demo.
It was a game. It was sure a game, Milosh. It was. Look, I think Webble just got caught out a lot on their attacks. They just really struggled in that half. They were able to pick up 4 defenses in Clubhouse, but the attacking half just was not up to snuff. And that was the biggest issue that they had. I think they lost, was it 5 rounds in a row And that's, that's why they lost. They just could not attack Clubhouse. Bit of a change, Milosh, as well. Bit of a curveball being thrown in today. The coach has had the sub in today. We don't know the details of why the coach is playing today, but that's where we're at.
That's never a good thing. I'm going to be honest with you. And especially after the performance we saw Webble put on yesterday, are they going to be better with a coach? I'm not too sure. Really tough one. Feel like it probably comes at a bit of a... Obviously, it's never a good time for a coach to have to step in. But this game against Douglas, it's shaping up to be, 7th and 8th in the league. They need to be getting this win because it's going to give them the edge against their opponent when push comes to shove later on down the line. So again, a very important game. It reminds me a lot of the game that we had yesterday, where it was Webble versus BNA. And you just think that these are, as important as the top teams are at the league and their games, the teams that are at the bottom of the league, their games are important as well.
And honestly, if you were watching Stage 1, you were thinking, bottom of the league, how can Webble be at the bottom of the league? Well, they've had a tough opening to the stage. They played against the top teams in those first two play days. They had FearX, they had PSG Talon, and, well, last play day yesterday, we were thinking, hey, they're playing before and after. This is the opportunity to collect points. But they didn't capture it. They just let it slip. And 7-5, losing all 3 points in regulation time. Not a good luck, one might say. But today against Orglis, their opponents, we'll see if they can collect it. Orglis, on the other hand, well, they are still stuck with 0 points. But they got some decent rounds on Damwon Kia, on Blossom, and yesterday on FearX Ollie.
Yeah, they did. You get the feeling that they're not too far away from picking up a win at some point. It begs to the question, when is that point going to be? Today could be a fantastic opportunity for them. We've seen them come close. Obviously, against Damwon Kia, they pushed them, and it was a 7-4, and I don't think that it was representative of the siege we saw. It could have easily been a slightly better, more favorable scoreline for Orglis there. Obviously, we've seen them play against FearX, excuse me. That was a 7-3, so they were good for a few rounds, but again, it was a bit more convincing. Blossom game, maybe you look at that one and say there were opportunities for them there, but we know where they sit. It's a bottom to mid-table team. This is an important game, and I feel like they should be willing and ready to take advantage of Webble having a sub on.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's a big day for Orglis. They need to try and climb out of that bottom place. Well, so do Webble, of course, but they're up against each other, so one team will be getting points. There's no doubt about that. So we will see a bit of a change in the standings. But like Ollie mentioned, it's a big opportunity. You're against the Webble side, which is more or less weakened. They're playing with the coach, which, I mean, to be fair, in history, we've seen coaches actually play better than some players. So I'm not going to say anything yet, but on paper, you would expect that they'll just be weaker. Because the coach, he's not a player. He's not actively playing the game. We don't know what his aim is like. We have no idea. Sure, he'll know the theory. He'll know the strat work. But this is an FPS. This is a game where you have to shoot people. And if you cannot shoot people, you're going to struggle.
Well. Let us take a look then at our head-to-head. Vamos and Naps are up against one another. And one's Nap and one's going. But they are pretty close in numbers, Ollie.
Vamos. There are numbers here, Milosh. Some of them are close, some of them are far. 3-1 entry versus 1-3 entry, while that sounds like the same numbers, is actually quite different. Vamos being a lot more successful on that entry, both hitting a similar cost, both performing a fairly similar role on the team, but you've got to give the edge over toward Vamos here. Naps, I will say, got some really important shots yesterday, and there were a couple of moments and a couple of kills where you almost took a little bit of a step back and were like, yo, he hit some nice shots, he got the job done. Obviously, for Webble, it wasn't enough yesterday against BNA. They did end up losing 5-7. Easily a game that could have gone to overtime, and I think they'll maybe be kicking themselves for that one come later on in the season. But looking toward today, I'm not sure if it's going to be a day of big individual, performances from players here. I'm not expecting to see like a sloth level of performance out of anyone on these two sides. I'm more thinking it's going to be, a little bit more team orientated, which in some instances is more enjoyable to watch.
Naps was, I think, the only reason why they were able to win an attack, because he just lurked on a nuke, went for one of those plays, and he'll more than likely have the same playstyle where he's going to try and opportunity spot as best as he can. But I think for Orgulus, you should have studied that game. You should be seeing that, yeah, they're really relying on getting this guy into really strong positions. And look at the map that we head to as well. Yeah. I mean, this is a map which is just based around that kind of rat playstyle, more or less. So I think Orgulus, they would need to have done some form of study. And just as long as you can stop these crouch walks from happening, I think they'll be fine.
I'm very excited then. The Chalet, a lot of aggression, as you're saying. You need to walk very, very closely and really look around before you engage on the map. There's always somebody hiding somewhere, at least below or around you, or even sometimes above you, depending on the site. But gentlemen, game number 2, Orgulus versus Webble. Demo, Ollie, take it away.
Chalet! Thank you so much, Milosh. One of my favorite maps right now, Demo. Absolutely love a bit of Chalet. You can always get around it. Let's get stuck in. Orgulus versus Webble. The bans have been completed. Ying, Monty, Cade, and Amira. Still options available. Valkyrie up. Blitz, if you want him. And plenty of others to go at. Obviously, the Ying holds such power here on Chalet. Monty as well. Fantastic for pushing in. It's a bigger map, so you need that speed on the roam clear, and Monty can do that. A blitz is a good substitute when it's banned. Cade there removed as well, so hatches a little bit more playable for the attackers. And the defenders take us downstairs to kick things off. Webble kicking us off in the basement.
Right. Okay, I'm seeing every wall being reinforced over towards wine as well, Ollie. That's generally something we don't see. It's usually the far right wall on the initial one looking down the long corridor. That's usually left a bit of feet holes in it. But just to try and impact trick, stop players just pushing up to the doorway. So that's the only thing I worry about. Realistically, you look at the lineup from Webble, no wall denial. If you're Orgulus, you should just be bringing a lot of hard destruction and just going for the wine. Like, really, really easy. Send some players upstairs to make sure they can't play in the hatch. And it's the easiest plant you'll ever have. But I'm only seeing one hard breacher. That is it. That's all I have. So I don't really know what their option is going to be. Is it going to be a case of they're going to actually try and challenge these roamers and just hope that they can then overwhelm with a man advantage? And whenever spawn peaks are being dished out, Hero somehow lives the Boss G shot. Ollie, look at his HP, 2 HP. It's a good start, you know, right from the get-go from Orgulus, so maybe this roam clear is going to be the good option.
Well, there's been a bit of success already on that roam clear, as you mentioned, Demo. Deimos is down at 2 HP, though. There's nothing that's going to damage him for 2 HP. Unless he gets hit by something very strange, but ultimately, he's just got to play the game and the round as it sits in front of him. Orgulus still very thoroughly droning. A lot of this is stuff that you can achieve with good pre-placed drones and people sitting on them at the start of the round. It's a long way to drones to find out that someone's inside a dining room. And you don't really know that everything in between there and dining room is now clear because you have, of course, lost the drone. And somebody could have moved on up. As it is, now going to have to make that assumption for the time being. And we can see Hero getting himself in upstairs, can set the track onto the frost. Maybe start to get a bit of floor bang action going on, but the hatch is open. And an immediate drop away is going to burn a good amount of time there and just ensures that Orgulus are left still chasing these shadows.
Only issue with only just the one hard breacher in the ace, the hatches will remain reinforced. Be able to waste the Selmas just on the hatches, only has one anyway. But I'm a little bit confused with the win con. I mean, I'm assuming it probably is just going to be try and go towards Snowmobile and make sure you have a lot of pressure going down towards blue, going toward down towards main stairs. And the thing is with main stairs, obviously a very risky position to push. If you have somebody on blue stairs holding the blue swing, and then you have this buck on the vertical angles, who's actually going to be able to hold you pushing down main stairs and planting right on the shelving cabinet?
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest, is it? Time going to be the biggest factor here for Orgulus, I think. 30 seconds left. They do have the wall open. So they can start to try and cut that line of sight off, but it's not like they've even got control of Trench right now. Jin going to try and push himself down, but it's going to be a main stairs push, and that's where the success is going to be found. The plant is going to start to go down, but there's a hell of a lot to cover right now, and there's a BP that's going to be giving the game away. Brilliant kill there found by Sagam.
No.
The plant has been stopped in its tracks. He's going to be able to recover the diffuser, but with a down teammate and a Nook in Narnia, round will peter out into nothing. Orgler suffering there at the hands of the clock.
Where's the Nook? What's Nook doing? Just baiting the whole team, more or less.
Well, I think Nook was trying to come down
Blue stairs.
the trench stairs, yeah.
Like, hey, pass
But
it.
I'm not even sure if they ever got trench door open, because if there's
No,
someone
they
playing at
didn't
the
go
bottom
trench. They didn't go trench. They all they wanted to do was push down blue, hold the breach, hold the vertical angles, and plant in the filing cabinet.
Yeah, but I think you still got to open trench just for the phantom pressure.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, if you do, then no one's able to play there, and you might have a chance of the Nook doing something. I don't know. Bit of a strange one, to be honest.
You need another guy on the vertical holes. That was the issue as well. I should remember you got the opening pick as well. Like, you can just play heavy on the sightlines. Like, nothing gets past you. Well, I don't know. Weird round, because I honestly thought Orglis were in a really good position, good setup. I like the idea. Again, still would like a little bit more hard breach. Because even just rotating the big garage, opening up the long angle, and then just leave it there, that's your phantom pressure if you really want it. That's more phantom pressure you'll ever get than just opening up a trench door. Just like a lot of you know, hard breachers. Just open up as many walls as you can and just almost suffocate the players in sight. Because the thing is about sight only, it's very easy to get claustrophobic, isn't it? Whenever all those angles get opened up, where do you go?
Well, there is nowhere to go, is there? Like you say, I think opening up the site and then being able to catch the players as they try and rotate out is always the best option. And a shame because they got that opening pick, because that roam clear started off so well, but I do think it just stalled out quite a lot. Deimos almost causing more distraction than good. I always find it quite funny when a new operator gets brought in that does a job that used to be done a different way. Before Deimos, we'd just drone.
Oh, absolutely finished there. They just tried to jump in, Ollie, and just go for it. I mean, it has worked out. They've tried it kills back and forth, but still a 3 versus 3, and a Frost seems to be going unchecked. Has been lion pinged, of course, but nobody really there to try and jump at that opportunity. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing here for Orglis, just based on who they've lost, because losing that Capital, Ollie, as we know, you'd want that for the execute, but there we go from Vamos. Able to find the kill onto, well, our coach, who was just lost in the sauce. Now it's a 2v3 that the remaining 2 players of Web will need to try and front up. There is still a boss G, I don't forget, which, as we know, that can really change the game around. He has to hit his shots.
Certainly not good for multiple engagements either. Just floating here at the window, gets the glimpse and the down. Can he get the confirm? The nade for the confirm. What a shot! Unbelievable stuff there. You say the boss G can change the game. It did just exactly that. Hero now, he knows that somebody's inside of mud, but is the Vigil going to finish off the job? Hits the stun, pops the flash, gets himself though. Isn't able to cleanly get the shot. There were pistols. It was high noon for a moment. Now we're locked in the 1v1. No nades, 1 drone. An idea as to where this last player could be, and what a bang through the wall. Incredible clutch up.
What a round. What a finish to a round. I mean, you have to question the player in sight. Why are we selling Vigils? Why? Completely sold. I mean, it's a perfect example of how not to play a 1v2. What Vigil did already was incredible. Your Vigil has done incredible work. And then that's how you reward him. Immediately, as soon as that Vigil's getting flashed, getting pressured, that guy should be swinging onto the blue door. Immediately, he just sat in connector. Scared. Worried about what? It's your teammate in the firing line, not you. You need to get in there and help him. I'd be livid if I was Vigil, by the way. If that was me, I'd be having some serious words.
Oh, I mean, that's a stack disband right there.
That's a blacklist. It's a blacklist.
If that happens in the ranky games, then, you know, it's GG's. Everyone's getting off. Everyone's getting back on in 10 minutes. Everyone apart from the one player that did the selling.
It's not only the fact that he's been sold, it's also the fact that what he did. Like, imagine him getting those kills and thinking, how did we still lose that? And look what I've just done to these two. You know, yeah. I think that makes it even worse, but they need to go again. But for Orgless, a little bit of a worry. You know, two of them stacking up outside of that window was... You know, what are we going for here, fellas? You have upstairs control, for goodness sake. You killed that Frost, just play off the verticals. No suicide players, Ollie.
No brave docs.
No. No, that's brilliant, no.
Just a coward of a doc.
That's brilliant, Ollie.
That's brilliant. That's so good.
It's so good.
Brilliant. I haven't seen anything like that for a while.
No, it's I mean, it was a bit of a niche play, wasn't it? It doesn't really work because, again, nades now as well. Because nades are very prevalent. With Deimos being such a big thing, I think nades are really into the meta also.
Oh, kitchen sink getting thrown in here. Stuns, lion scan. And a magnet to catch a nade. Is it going to result in too much, though?
They've got library, I think.
Well, they've smoked off, but have they got themselves in?
Yeah, they have. It looked as though the Webble were just gonna, you know, leave top floor and then try and retake with C4s. I think they wasted 2 C4s, but got nothing from it. So Webble not looking too good, just based on util alone. And obviously with Orgless, they still have the fire arrows, more importantly, and they also get the opening pick.
Remove the Valkyrie. Send Valkyrie to her own cameras. I wonder if it was Valkyrie that used their C4. There's 2 up and 1 used, so potentially it's Mute that's got his in pocket. We'll have to see as the round progresses. Nice angle there for the Doc. They're able to keep still here. They might find a bit of success. I don't think anyone knows that they're downstairs right now. Although, say that, the Deimos, he's going to come in with the track, and that's going to be a very difficult rotate for that Doc to make now. Obviously, only Deimos knows where that Doc is as a tracker on the screen, but that information can easily be communicated across. Deimos, however, downed. Not finished off just yet. Sagam is going to be the next player to fall. Dropping like flies. There's 2 players down inside a library right now. 25 seconds left, and Orgless, they've been mudded.
1v3 more or less, unless he goes above, which he is going to do. You know what's going on here, and I mean, what? Moon? Triple kill? Hello?
So I think he must have downed both of the players.
Yeah, he did.
He's just been that rat inside of stock for the whole round.
What's going on, bro? I mean, it's definitely the right... It's definitely the 2 teams 0-3 in the league, I'll tell you that much, Ollie.
Yeah.
It just seems as though, for right now, for Orgless, they're getting in these good positions, and then they just don't know what to do whenever it comes to the actual execute. That's where they're struggling. And it's really weird. Because they've wasted all the C4s trying to kill them in verticals. Didn't work. No C4s. Immediately you should be firing out connector, having a guy on the hatch, and just jumping in big window and planting. That should be your win con.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't really work out like that, did it?
No. Instead, they just sat in the verticals and just died. To one guy swinging with an SMG. Yeah, you can make it up with some of this stuff.
There's certainly some strange games.
5 seconds to go.
That is for sure.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and
Ah, well. Round number 4. Let's see if Orgless can get anything cooking this time. I think one thing that is apparent already, Demo, is that there's no, I don't think, any solo carrier right now. There's no one really that's standing out as the person that's gonna put the whole game on their back.
No sloths.
No sloths. No Rins from yesterday. No good boys from yesterday. Just
no Fabians.
I think there's maybe a few Fabians in this lobby. This is maybe 9 or 10 Fabians in this lobby.
How many of them have triple hammers, eh? How many?
Well, there is that.
How many of them drone? How many of them drone ollie, eh?
I mean, that person, there was a drone in that room, to be fair, Demo. It was just shocking.
The thing with Vigil, didn't even use the scanner. That's just a blatant misdrone. You can't say, oh, he's no, because you would see the Vigil spikes, so he's just been blatantly misdroned in there.
If he'd have used the scanner, he'd have probably got droned out and died.
This gun's a menace,
bro. He'd have been so much more cautious about it. He's gonna die.
Why are we standing in front of a window?
What's going on? You've just got down and you just waddle up to the window.
Breath of fresh air.
Just look in the other direction.
He's looking out of the scenery.
Hey, come on, man.
And he's tossing C4s now, West Main. What's going on? Get me out of here. Oh, Korea never change. Never change.
I don't even know who this favors right now. We've had a Buck just stroll in and die to a Vigil. And to be fair, he was droned, so it's arguably not even his fault. Vigil then could have just sewn the round up entirely and then didn't. And now we're at a point where there's a minute left on the clock. We've got a 20 HP Deimos. We're going to start to see this vert get worked. But they've got no Buck, so there's so much for the Ram to do. I don't think
Has he just rammed the exact same lineup that he's already rammed?
Yeah, that's the double
Bro,
ram.
what's going on? I'm losing the plot.
The old double ram.
Just in case there was any debris left over, maybe from that. I don't know. Maybe he thought he could like remove the metal bars. That's how it works, and you just drop into the site.
Are they just going to try and plant at the bottom of main stairs again?
Who's got diffuser? Ace. Yeah.
Ace has got the kit.
He is.
Oh, wow. Yeah, just give yourself away. No worries, Naps. Naps, it was in a perfect spot to try and win the round and instead just peeked and gave everything away. Webble. They're throwing this one. They're trying their best to lose it.
Playing for kill.
Frost.
Who downed?
He's got a lot to do. It's essentially a 1 versus 1, and the player remaining has 20 HP. He's got a slew of kills that he can find here, but he needs to pick the Deimos. Oh, what a headshot! It's 1 versus 1. The Ram's downed. Ace, full HP on the other side of the pillar. No information available. Zad, can you make this happen?
Ace
Destroys the keeper barricade. Doesn't know that he's close. Hits the reload. 3-5 shots come out. He knows he's got the read. He gets the headshot. What are we witnessing right now? He was on the top floor as the execute came through. He had no business being there. And he walked into sight, picks up a 4K, and disables the diffuser.
Nah, just like I honestly think we need a documentary made for this game. That's where I'm at mentally. We need a documentary to highlight this. So we have just seen what a round. Since we have a timer, let's break down the round, okay? And just honestly, if you were in a pub and you had a few bevies, you would think I'm having a joke. You'd think I'm just having you on. I'm just making up stuff, right? Not. So it starts off with Vigil just being blatantly misthrown. Okay, it happens all the time. No worries. Second, Vigil hits a boss G shot down somebody outside the bathroom. Okay, no problem. Vigil then just decides to stand in front of an open window and just gets shot in the head. Then the Tabaro comes up West Main and tries to C4 the player who was downed, even though he'd been revived like 20 seconds ago and no one was there, right? We then see a Ram start opening up the vertical holes. You think, okay, we're back on track. A little bit of mayhem, but it's okay. And then he just starts ramming the same thing over and over again in hopes that he may try and find a new tech. I don't know. We then see a full-on flood coming in from main breach. You think, okay, diffuser should go down on filing cabinet. You pointed that out. Instead, we see 3 people stack up, coming through connector door, Tabaru collats 2 of them and gets 2 downs. Deimos putting 20 HP from the boss G. Ace is then rotated from the filing cabinet, runs deep into wine cellar for 2 seconds, running above open flooring whenever there's a guy above, somehow gets away with that. Cross then drops the hatch, sees 2 people down on the floor, Deimos holding what I can only describe as a quadzi angle, and then Ace bottles a 1v1. Did I get that right?
Locate and defuse a bomb.
You're going to have to explain for people watching at home what a quadzi angle is.
A quadzi angle, if you don't know, this is an old player. He used to be playing on the old Trust lineup way back in the Dutch times back in 2018. Played for Navi during the ESL Prem days back in 2019, and we never seen him again. And quadzi angle, where you would hold just the most outdated, worst angles you could ever imagine, and if you hold them, you just die instantly because they're so bad. And quadzi done it all the time, therefore the quadzi angle was there, and it's still used to this day by a lot of pro players as well. A lot of quadzi angle comms.
I absolutely love how someone that played 5 years ago is still catching strays on a Korean broadcast.
He still hops in the Twitch chat now and again. He still keeps up to date with stuff.
I love that.
He was at the major.
Well, what do you say? What is there to say?
Not enough saying, I think.
A little bit of an opening pick coming in now. Gonna be instantly traded though. We've lost the book and the Solus. Trying to attack into this top floor. I'm seeing a lot of Deimos use, but I'm not seeing a lot of Deimos success, if that makes sense, Demo. It doesn't seem to be translating directly into many kills.
I mentioned this yesterday. It's the way that you have to position your Deimos.
Yeah.
Again, I mentioned Shaiko. All Shaiko does is he, gets told there's a guy in this room, waits till Brid scans him. He gets right up close to the other room, like on the other side of the wall, scans him and just wall bangs him. It's like Shaiko makes it look so easy. I think that's just, obviously Shaiko things, but you need to practice it more, don't you? And you just need that communication with the guy who's droning.
Yeah.
Oh, Lordless, it just goes from bad to worse, because once again, 2 people are downed again. This is the 3rd time, Ollie, in the space of 5 rounds, where 2 downs have happened and just people are just bleeding all over the floor. What was that attack?
It just petered out into nothing, didn't it?
I don't even know I don't even think it got going.
When do we get a tactical timeout?
If this game finishes.
That's what I'd like to know.
Well, we do get a bit of a timeout here, because a bit of a crash or something, I don't know.
A little rehost. Same as last game as well. Like, immediately after the timeout, there's a bug that comes, so maybe that's something to look into, but for the time being, let's talk about what we've seen, Harry. Webble. 4 rounds to 1 right now. The attacks have been lackluster, to say the least. And there's definitely a couple of rounds that Webble have snuck away and snatched from under the nose of Orgless. I'm looking at you, round number 4. Is it that Webble have got a good understanding of this map? Possibly. I think they're certainly playing it very well in the early part of the round. They're contending for area exceptionally well.
They're understanding the way that you need to try and burn time in util and Chalet more than anything.
Absolutely.
But it's not the biggest map. It's quite small. Like, it is fairly small compared to others.
I understand that physically it's small, but I always think of it as a big map.
Because there's 3 staircases, I think that kind of throws you off, isn't it? Whereas Border, Border is small because, 2 staircases. That's it. Only 2 staircases.
Yeah.
So it's that kind of Mandela effect where you think it's big, but in reality...
But that's not a Mandela effect.
Is it not?
No. Mandela effect is like... you remember something and the way that it was, and in your head it's so clear, and actually it wasn't that clear, and it's actually...
Is that not what I'm trying to explain, though? Is that you thought Chalet was... My dog's barking. Oh, dear.
Gone, who let him out? Get it?
Oh, maybe the postman.
It's Postman Pete?
Yep.
I reckon your dog's kicking off. I reckon it wants it to...
Dog is kicking off.
It's seriously kicking off. No, so for example... tell me something that you remember really vividly from your childhood. And there's probably like a Mandela effect around it.
don't think I ever had a childhood. I think I was born into this game.
Okay, so Mr. Monopoly wearing a monocle. So apparently that's a really popular Mandela effect where people think that Mr. Monopoly, the mascot of the popular board game, people often misremember him pictured with a monocle. Now, in my head, I can picture that guy with a monocle. However, apparently it's not a thing. So yeah, not Mandela. Chalet, I'm going to say medium-sized map. We're going to cut to a very short break once we get this tech issue sorted, and then we will be back. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thanks so much for bearing with us. We are back in the game. We have got August. We have got Webble. We have got Chalet that will go down in the history books demo.
For all the right reasons, of course.
Yeah, jokes aside, it's been a bit of a weird one. August currently 1 round to 4. And to be honest, there should be a few more, but Webble have just got a bit of a knack of getting rounds over the line. It's been a bit of a scrappy game, but ultimately, we've got 2 reasonably well-matched teams, and I don't think that it's going to continue in this one-sided manner.
I don't know. I think it could be a quick one for Webble. I think they have the confidence. I think the gun skill's shining through more than anything. I mean, the boss G on the visual has been devastating so far today. Just highlights it. Must say, using the boss G as the rotate. Always a fun one to see because it just takes a very long time, as we know. And even open up the hatches, it takes you a while. I think 4 shots it takes. So, I mean, look, still gets the job done. Big holes at the end of the day. It's not as though Vigil's going to be doing much else, is he? Again, very selfish operator. Based is just on the gadget. No one really helps himself. But look, we'll see what he can get up to again on the roam. I think right now for Orglis, they just need a bit of they need a bit of something about them. Because right now they've just been really losing the kind of late rounds. Their early game, I think, has been fine. Taking control, using the util to clear away players has been fine. But it's just once they have to actually get into the bomb site and go for a plant or play for the kills, they just really struggle with that.
Yeah, it's been that opening, hasn't it? And we've seen a few different ways of how it's gone wrong. We've seen some mistakes on droning. We've seen some gunfights just straight lost. Speaking of gunfights lost, they're going to start, and they are going to start already. Is this potentially a lack of information because they don't even seem to know where Naps is? He's going to find another here, surely. Almost gets a real flashy kill. And Webble, they are circling like sharks right now. Finally, a response has been found by Orglis. Jin hopping in below. But really, damage at this point has been done. And in a significant way.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to pull back. 2v4 up against the operators you still have in your way. Look, the boss G is a thing, as we know. Even the Azami as well, still being left up. Just clog up those windows and stop them, or even try and retake in towards connector. Like, if you don't have upstairs, they're just never going to be able to get in. They know that Lion's inside a connector. They know the other guy's probably outside a window somewhere. As long as they can just play the hatch. I mean, Lion can't do anything. Lion cannot escape, because if Lion steps into bar or into games, he'll just get killed from either hatch. So that's the issue that Lion has. He is stuck inside a connector. So it's up to Sagem to see if he can try and do something, but just don't see it happening. You know, he has to check all these angles and know exactly where he is. Look at the cardiac scanner coming in. All Webble need to do is just hold their angles. They don't need to push. Just smoke over onto the blue stairs, and we'll run across, but it's only good for the halfway point of the stairs, not the very top of that. In fall. Impulse moves in. Using almost a bit of a bait there for the Lion to come out and play. The rest of his team are able to capitalize on that. Another good round there from Webble.
Maybe I had too much confidence in Orglis and their ability to make something happen. Worth mentioning, Webble are playing with a coach today.
Yeah.
Still 5-1 up here. But we are expecting both of these teams to struggle on the attack, and I think the attack is maybe where that coach is going to sort of, not shine, but stand out a little bit more. The attack win percentage for both of these teams isn't the greatest. Webble, they are down at 12.5%. Not fantastic. So you would expect that they are going to struggle a little bit here on the attack. And with them having a coach as well, it almost just compounds that issue, right?
Magnet as your lucky charm. Magnet activated.
Shiba deployed. Surface secured.
10 seconds to go.
Orglis on the flip side, and this is the time for them to hit that mental reset. Orglis have already taken their tactical timeout inside of this one.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
So they haven't got the fortune of that.
Look what he's on for. Blackbeard.
Bit of BB.
That's way to put him on.
Tells you all you need to know, doesn't it? BB's actually terrible as well.
I think Blackbeard's probably the worst attacker. I think he is. He is going to rework. Don't
Get him
forget.
on something good, though.
You know,
Just put him on the Lion.
I can't wait to see the rework. I'm actually looking forward to see what they're going to do to him. I don't really know what you can do with Blackbeard as a
I was going
rework,
to say,
but we'll
what
see.
would you think? What would you think of doing?
I don't know. You also have to look at it as, okay, what can they do that already hasn't been already done as well?
He's in his first entry right now.
He's
I
up
actually
for
like
it.
this. This is so confident.
Knows where they are. One in
He knows
fireplace.
exactly where he is. Like, he's just screaming for help. Support me.
Nade him out.
We got the Dokkaebi call coming in as well. Nades, here we go.
Listen to me.
It started to work. Oh,
almost.
I mean, that was a tough shot to hit. Gets a couple of points of damage in. You know exactly where he is. But look at this. Webble, they are rallying.
No!
Tries to push up. We knew the angle was there and it was being held. Unfortunate stuff. A down onto Zad at the same time. Not sure if Zad's even going to be able to get picked up here. Moon's going to have to pull some pretty fancy footwork off. There's some real long lines open available for him. Picks the first. Going to try and push through. Not interested in picking that Deimos up just yet. Needs to try and secure the area. Now he can go for the pickup and ensure that double man advantage. 4 versus 2 here going into the final minute 15.
Be quite an easy cleanup here from Webble, I think, as long as they can get the Deimos information supplied and tracked and smoke. Where are we going? Takes a tumble outside and loses his life. Oh, 1v4. Just waiting for the Deimos track, isn't it? It's inevitable almost, it feels like, but down goes the Dokkaebi. Nice shot there. In comes the Deimos track now, and it's only going to be a matter of time before we see Webble clean up the round. I mean, Deimos, I mean, you mentioned, want to see more Deimos gameplay, see the scanner being worked well. I mean, there's a perfect way of seeing it being used. Maybe have that man advantage, isn't it? Just track him out, wait, and then push.
Yeah, it's devastating. Deimos' value, if you want to look at it on a curve, it's really strange because it's really valuable at the start of the round. It's still really valuable in the middle of the round, and it's super valuable at the end of the round, but only if you're in a man advantage.
Yeah, and if you don't know where he is as well, like if you have the guy scan, you have no idea where he is. Just wait till Deimos track. Yeah.
Even if you know where he is, to be honest with you, it can just add that level of pressure, can't it?
Makes you panic.
Webble 6-1 right now. It's a
Knocked
weird
apart.
game. I feel like this game has just flown us by. Could it be the start of something for Webble in stage 2? These are the games they need to be winning. Augulus. Not in a great spot right now. Left to try and find 5 perfect rounds. You just get the feeling that Webble, they are just starting to run away with things here.
5 seconds remaining.
Got the BB out again in force. A full 5-man 6-pick for this basement attack.
Is to defuse a bomb.
Obviously with the coach being in, depending on what kind of coach they are and how active and all those sort of good things, it can be quite nice sometimes for the coach to, you know, sit in the front seat for a change. Be a part of the action.
I also think for the coach as well, he's probably thinking, guys, we've just won and I've joined the team. I think I should take this spot permanently.
Well, that's it. Now there is a danger that, of course, the coach becomes a player.
You might be unemploying a player, which is sad times, but it must be
player
done.
has to go to a coach.
True, a little swap deal.
It's a little trade deal. Ooh, I don't like this stack up. A
want
lot
to
of
free them out
players
there?
outside of that garage. They haven't done enough work to really go for that yet.
I don't really know what they want to go for here. A lot of extension in towards the mid floor, of course, from
There
oh my
we
word, the
go.
coach.
He's frying.
From the Blackbeard.
He's just frying
Unreal.
kids. Rolling back
Not
the
another one.
years. Look at him go.
Oh,
What are the rules? Don't peek a Cali. Don't peek a Glass. It used to be don't
you
peek a Blackbeard, but now go for it.
you swing.
Yeah,
of
you
course
swing
do.
it for all you're worth, but in this instance, you've been punished for it.
I was going to mention the mid floor extension here. It's the only thing that may be worrying Webble just a little bit, but they're still making do with it. But it seems to be working all right for the meantime. They've opened up that floor now. I think it's just going to be a case of walking in and trying to get this plant down, but there's a player towards main stairs all the way, the Wamai. Sajum still stationed here. Swings, exposes himself, and he's stuck now. He is not getting out of there alive. A nade as well. Should be able to root him out, and it will be. Genius from squad. What do you say? Brilliance from the coach.
2 kills on the round. This is why it's so important just to get these walls open and have someone sat on that angle. It's somewhere that August really lacked on their attacks. Hero finally going to grab something back. But it might be a bit too little too late. 4 versus 2. Diffuser still hot. Oh, eventually. Vamos there with the swing. You could see. Able to take out the Blackbeard. But elsewhere, Hero has been down. The final 2 kills are going to come in pretty quick succession. As Webbel, they get the job done here on Chalet. Coach or not, 7-1 is a smashing scoreline.
Very strong from Webbel. Chalet, look, I think very fortunate that he started on the defense. I think that was a big thing because Orglis just did not know how to really maneuver half of those rounds. And it was evident. Obviously, we had 1 round, which was just, what can you say? But other than that, Webbel looking really good. Obviously, on the attacks, on the defense. Great game for them, and that gets them their first win.
Well, we're going to hit a very short break, get ourselves ready to break it down, and we have more action here in Korea coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
And what a way for us to end the matchup that actually went by really, really quickly. Unfortunate there that we had the slight technical issue and needed to get things back in order, but in general, a game that went by really, really fast, and I think for very good reason, Demo. This is kind of the recovery that we were looking for.
Yeah, look, Wevel get their first win. That's one thing we have to say. They're able to get 3 points on the board, 7-1. Helps the round difference as well for Wevel, which you don't know could play a factor into the end of these guys getting in towards that top 6. Orglis, not a good showing from them. I think the opening attacks from them was good. You know, the first half was good. They had the good setup, good system. They done their clear out of roamers really well. But it was just that final minute or so to really get the execute was where they fell. That was the issue for them. They just didn't know what to do in those situations. For Wevel, I think the gun skill shone through a lot today. Obviously, I know it's not a huge amount of kills that we have because there's only been 8 rounds. But still, it was clear to see the shots they were hitting, the engagements they were going into. We've seen a 1v4 clutch. And even, yes, I know that round was absolute mayhem. Frost should never have won that. Ollie, you'll agree with me. Frost hit some really good shots as well to win that clutch.
It wasn't an easy clutch, was it? It wasn't one that was a gimme. It was well considered, and I think, you know, hats off. It was a difficult game to watch, though, wasn't it? Let's be honest with ourselves. Yeah. I think that there is so much there that you could dig into, and if we needed to do, you know, if ever you need to do like a one of your long videos, Milosh, this is probably one of the games to do it on, because there is a lot to go through. But ultimately, we saw Wevel get the win. The takeaway is that, you know, they played with the coach. The coach went 7-8 and did a good job on the face of it. Naps 7-2, Zad 9-2. These people just weren't losing gunfights, and I think that was one of the big takeaways. It wasn't as much a big individual performance as it was that it was a well-rounded team performance. You know, when you've got your top 3 players all going like 9, 7, and 8, and they're only dying 5 times between them. It's always going to be a tough side for the opponents, and the Orglis really felt the sharp end today of Wevel.
Yeah, and honestly, this is what we were expecting from Wevel at the very start of the stage. You're looking back at what they've done in stage 1. You're thinking, okay, these guys should be in contention. They should be one of those teams that's able to push top teams in Korea into overtime, or even have them lose a matchup, which would mess them up in their points. But that was not the case in the first 3 play days. But today they recovered and I think went back in shape to what we expect to see. We'll take a look at our MVP of this matchup, should the graphic be available. And of course it is, because our wonderful producer Isaac is on it. Zad is rad with 151 EPS, 92 KD, 100% cost. We got a team performance today, Demo.
We did, and look, he had that clutch, which we have to keep going back to. But other than that, look, didn't really get contested, was winning the engagements. Always doing something inside of the round. I just think Wevel, understanding the map, understanding... Well, also, I think they've done really well at knowing when to drop off and when not to. You know, they were going for those roams, holding upstairs. And then as soon as there's just that util dump comes in, they just leave. They just drop. They don't need to stay there. They know how to play it well. And obviously doing all of it, you know, with their not full 5, having the coach step in, I think just makes it even sweeter.
It didn't hurt them today, did it, the coach? The coach... It seems like an asset and a benefit in a lot of ways. And if that's something that they can take away, and they know that, you know, if they need to bring the coach in, they're able to still achieve and they're able to still perform, fantastic. And that Wevel can hold their heads high with the way that they've played today. Okay, they've not had the best weekend they've not had the best play week overall. They did lose yesterday to BNA, but it came very close. Today, they've got it over the line. They've got some points, and that should then start to separate them now between themselves and Orglis. They're going to end up toward the mid to the bottom of the table, but I think that we knew that after the start that they had. Today, however, they gave a good account of themselves.
Absolutely. And, you know, let's take a look at what we have still for today, because we're only meeting the halfway mark. Our first 2 matches are done. 7-4 from Mir against Fearx, a big surprise. And then 7-1 Wevel striking against OG and picking up all 3 points. Their first 3 points in the league, so congratulations. With 2 more games to go, is PSG Talon going up against Before and After? Will we get another one of those upsets today, or will it be smooth sailing for PSG Talon? That'll be after the break for us to discover. See you then.
Total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it! Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
Welcome back, everybody. Before and after taking on a PSG Talon. What a game today. Will we get another upset like we had earlier on or not? All of that is what we're looking to explore today. Let's talk about our squad. I think it's easier for us to start off with a PSG Talon. No two ways around it. Many people would consider these the best in this entire region here in Korea. Can they continue on beyond just this group stage? I'll have to go through it regardless, Ollie.
I think a player that really impressed me yesterday, Milosh, was probably Gotti. He had a fantastic performance. You really can't argue the contribution that that player has brought to the roster, and they have looked a little bit different in a good way since he got brought in. Obviously, PSG Talon, they have played... I would argue that the best opponent that they've played so far is going to be somebody like Mir, especially with what we saw them able to do today against Fear X. However, it does just get we do just get the feeling that PSG Talon are in a different league, and they should be, because, you know, let's look at the pedigree that they've got coaching them. They've got Fabian coaching them. For all the memes out there about Fabian, he gets results, and I think he's got a big project on his hands with PSG Talon, but these players are obviously keen to learn. Gotti's introduction has been very well received, and yesterday played fantastically. You can see there, he does a little bit of everything. He's going to be playing mainly on your hard breaches, but still going 5-0 on entry. Like, is he trying to do too much? What's going on here with this player?
Yeah, I think also on that kind of support role, which I think is also very impressive, and the way he's been able to go and get plants down as well. I mean, what do you say? Have we got a Bride in the making? Are we at that level now? Because it certainly seems as though he's putting up the Bride numbers that you look at a support and think, oh, he's just a support. He's not supposed to get kills. In reality, that's the difference, is having a good support player who can frag just as well as everyone else in the team. That's a big game changer that you have going forward for a roster.
Well, maybe. I think that he's probably got a little bit of a ways to go until he gets Bride status, but he's certainly up there as one of the highlights on the side of Talon. As we can see, they're not going to be losing very many games. They lost in the Esports World Cup, of course, but domestically, this is where we are expecting to be strong. Manchester Major, it was okay for them. I think we learned quite a lot. They probably could take takeaways from that, but ultimately we are looking at this team as one of the strongest domestically, and as long as they keep attending, they are going to keep getting better.
Looking at other fixtures as well, we have D+ there in the middle. We know Fear X is still to come as well. I think is it the final play day they have Fear X? I think it might be. So I think for PSG Talon, have a bit more of a kind of varied schedule where it's not really back-to-back games or anything like that. It just seems to be pretty spread out for them, but knowing the confidence that team has, I think we'll go into any matchup just saying, it doesn't, we'll win anyway. It doesn't matter if we're playing back-to-back against all these tough teams. We'll just go in and play our game.
which is what you need out of a roster like that. You need them to have that confidence. Again, I don't think that they're going to be looking at any of their opponents here inside a career league and thinking that they're unbeatable. What I do hope is that they keep giving these opponents respect and keep playing to the whistle. And what I mean by that is, if a game is looking like it's going very well or going very easy, still finish strong and still get the reps in, because that's when you see teams get better.
Every single point matters here in this situation. Of course, PSG don't only have to fear the points and the tally in the standings, they have to fear Fabian behind them. But on the other side, it might not be anywhere near the amount of stress that is, though, for before and after. Katsang, big brained in more ways than one. Saw him yesterday playing pretty well, getting those 3 points for BNA against Webel. But can they improve very quickly within 24 hours into the next game against a titan of the regional league?
I think yesterday was a big performance for these guys, wasn't it? They gave a really good account of themselves. They showed us that they do have that potential. They do have that ability to get rounds on the board and to get a win, more importantly. Someone that really impressed me yesterday was Damali. I think the space that he was given individually to go and pop off and thrive was fantastic. It was enabled, of course, by the rest of the side. But I think, you know, it was almost an individual performance yesterday from Damali that got him over the line.
I think overall, you look at the way BNA played, it was a little bit centric around maybe just Damali popping off, which was, again, it's that sloth theory, isn't it? Can Damali come in here and do that again? That's the main thing we have to get out of the way. If he doesn't, then you really start to struggle. Okay, where is the win con going to be coming in from BNA? Because the games that they've played so far this stage, they haven't really shown that. So yeah, that inconsistency factor that even Merit has kind of struggled with, we may be able to say the same for BNA based on how the players perform individually.
So the question for this game is how can this performance kind of pick up and continue for before and after OPSG be rolling? And I'm very excited about our map for today. I have no clue what it is, but I hope that it's something even different than what we've had so far. Demo, can you take us through the map plans, please?
I can, if you'd like. I mean, I'll do anything for you, Milosh. All you have to do is ask, you know, with a smile on your face, of course, because manners, they cost nothing, which we're aware of. Yeah, look, BNA, I don't think, you know, the map pool, I don't think the map pool will be quite there, obviously, compared to PSG Talon. I think PSG will be very confident in their map pool. We already know that PSG, they'll hide their maps. They will play a very relatively small group of maps. The only 2 maps they've shown so far has been Consulate and Clubhouse. Clubhouse is still here, which is the main thing. Lair, Skyscraper, and Consulate being the bans for PSG. It's not the maps that I think PSG are deliberately trying to hide. I think PSG are more than happy to play those maps, but I always think you have to look at what teams you're up against and how they're going to be playing. And maybe Lair's not ready yet for PSG Talon. Maybe Fabian hasn't done his homework yet.
I think it's one of them. Why would you bother? Like, PSG are going to want to play as fewer maps as possible. They are playing this stage in the hope and in the expectation that they are going to make it to the major, and the preparation for that starts straight away. So the fact that they're only showing us a very small amount of maps tells us that they're being very serious about things and that they're really trying to give themselves the best possible chance when the major comes around. Being with the final choice, do you go to Chalet or do you go to Club? They've picked to go to a Clubhouse. Obviously, you get into a point where, as an opponent, you probably know where PSG want to go, so you can kind of manufacture that. So BNA obviously done a little bit of homework here on Clubhouse. They've obviously watched the fixture that PSG played on here yesterday, and they feel like they've got themselves a decent chance.
How can that happen? That's my question, is that if we're looking at that past performance, especially yesterday, what is there that pushes before and after across the line against a team like PSG?
Individuals. I have to say individuals for BNA. That's going to be their win con, I think, based on strats alone and team play. I don't think they'll have PSG talent best in that category. There's no way. So for BNA, again, I think it's more of an element of you're up against a big side, you know, which they already have been up against 2 of them. They played against D+, they played against Fear X. They lost both of those times. They beat Webel, which obviously was a good win for them. And now they're up against PSG Talon. So that still leaves them with their final 3 games with already the big three teams out of the way with, which I think is a big bonus for them. So again, for PSG Talon, they just need to go on and win this game, especially with Fear X slipping up today. Just established up there. D+ still to play. They could lose. So PSG Talon, they need to win to establish that number one. BNA, there are still games to come that you would see them as being favorites in. So for them, it's just about going out there and just putting on a good performance. If you lose, you lose. It is what it is. You go next game. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you have to have that attitude, if anything. You go into it against one of the best teams in the region, especially one that has had a decent rise and experience on LAN in 2024. You're going to have to expect a tough game minimum, if not a loss. You're looking to learn from your opponent. This is kind of the quote that Mr. Asa Pirate, our wonderful friend, would say: a rising tide lifts our ships. And teams like PSG, like FearX, like Damwon Kia, they have been lifting this region more and more, and the only way to do that is to experience the pain of the group stage, and opponents that have more experience and have players and coaches, in this case, that are actively pushing in that background and making the team better game after a game. And this squad, with Gaudi's introduction, I mean, clearly, this is what has been needed. And for PSG, they're eyeing the playoffs, and nothing less than a major spot at Montreal will have them content, to say the least, with their performance in Stage 2. They're looking to make SI. No two ways around it. I think that conversation is going to start popping up more and more as we go deeper into the stage. And of course, leading up to Montreal, who gets to go to 6 Invitational, because it does have to do with your performance and how consistent you have been in your region and internationally over the past year. And I know we all love to theorycraft about what happens for every one of those SIs and how teams will change and shift their rosters leading up to it. It's a lot of yapping, I know, but there's something to always keep in mind, isn't there, Ollie? There's continuation.
Well, yeah.
There's a lore. There's a whole story that goes on for the whole year in Siege.
Can't start about lore at this time, Milosh. I think there's something that you've got to think about, and then to be realistic in it is, if you look at the investment that PSG Talon have made into this roster, they've invested quite heavily. You know, they've got Fabian. That's an investment in itself. You know, he's won 3 hammers, so he's not going to just be going there for out of the good of his own heart.
PR risk as well.
Yeah, you've obviously got the risk of having Fabian on the roster and never really knowing what's next from him. But we all like Fabian. But they've made a heavy investment into this, and they want it to work. It isn't just a quick project. Every time that Fabian's been in an interview talking about this, it's been, you know, we're a long-term project. We've got long-term goals. We're trying to get short-term results, but ultimately, we know that it's going to be something that happens over a period of time. So. Got to look at it from that direction and go, they're not too big to fail, but there's a lot of expectation on them. There's a lot of investment, and there needs to be that steady growth. And that's something that I think is important to look at, especially, and it's only really something that you can look at over a longer period of time.
Well, gentlemen, we have our game. It's almost set and ready to go, but we're going to take a few-minute break and then slide directly into match number 3. We'll be back to you in just a sec.
in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave! And I think he might just find it!
As we got things ready for our matchup, before and after, take on PSG Talon in the third matchup of the day here in South Korea. We'll get to see what happens in this matchup. Can before and after upset, or will PSG Talon continue as is tradition here in 2024 for the squad? We'll get to see that and more on our map, which as you can see is Clubhouse. We are loading right into it. So for that, let's get it to our casters. XR Troika and Demo, take it away.
Thank you so much, Milosh. Thank you everybody at home bearing with us during that slightly longer break. We did have a problem with one of the players. I believe it was one of their cameras, and of course we love to see the players, we love to see their reactions, so we had to get that sorted before getting on into the game. Blitz, Capital, and Arcade all removed today for our return to Clubhouse. I say return because both these two teams played here yesterday, Demo.
They did. And I think PSG Talon kind of looked at their attacking half more than anything. Wasn't the greatest for their standards. You know, a lot of rounds were poorly played, and I know Fabian certainly he wasn't too happy with it. You know, we see him call like immediate timeouts as well, Ollie.
End of round two, I think it was.
I think, yeah, it was. Like, straight away, it was a bad attack. Like, yeah, need to get in there. Whereas for BNI, look, Ken Webble, I think, were pretty weak on their Clubhouse as well. Don't forget, I think the Webble attacks were pretty poor. And that's where BNA were able to have a lot of success was on their defense, which thankfully BNA, they get the start in the defense, which I think they'll be happy with. One thing has to be said, though, and I know you mentioned it as well, is that yesterday, Damali was given so much space just to do what he wanted. There's no way PSG Talent are going to allow him to have that same freedom.
No, I don't think so. I think he's going to get, not necessarily targeted, but I don't think that PSG Talon's playstyle is going to allow him as much space as maybe he was getting yesterday. I think it's maybe a bit of a stretch to say that they're going to go and seek him out, because I don't necessarily believe that that's going to be the case. But I do think that he's going to have a bit of a tougher time of things here today, and maybe not be given the same opportunities he had available to him yesterday. Starting off on the attack then, PSG Talon, they're going to be attacking downstairs into that basement. Full map clear is usually required, and especially given that there is slight presence on the upper levels. A couple of reinforcements knocking around as well. Katsang just hiding out in lounge right now, and an early opening pick there. Damali taken out.
Yeah, no surprise from PSG. Straight to the business end now of a kind of season where they know they just have to start racking up the wins here. They have their tough games coming up, and it's just all about putting out a statement for those bigger sides, and this is what they're going to do. Start to just dismantle these weaker teams, and they've already done that by eliminating that top player that we seen yesterday from BNA. Mali off the board, and within a minute as well. You know, really good pacing here from PSG Talon. Opening the hatches or doing the vertical work. So much time to play with. You have the Grim as well for executing in through blue, and a Grim off over towards AKs. You have the Monty who can maybe rotate towards dirt if needed also. I mean, they just have every piece of the puzzle that they would need.
Yeah, there's not a lot that's left wanting right now. Talon can start to move through and get that ram into position, and those boogie drones out there on the map so that they can start ripping open some of that floor. It's a very safe way to open the floor in, especially inside of kitchen. No risk to life there from C4s or anything from below, as you can see is attempted. Good start. With a minute left, there is still plenty of time for them to get everybody in the right position. Dirt tunnel's now open. You're going to be looking toward getting a body in near blue. That's a great drone to get set up there if it survives. The shield bearing down this dirt tunnel. Not a fight that anybody wants to take. Smoke, maybe. Mute with a C4. Bit less ideal.
And KTH is going to be dead to rights here as the Monty just moves in, and it's so easy. The power of this operator, second to none. It's just picturesque right now for PSG Talon. Nobody there to stop it. That's not the case of are they going to win the round, it's how well are they going to be able to win the round, and the Monty pushes That's a barrow, and it will be a flawless. I mean, what do you say about Talon? Absolute textbook.
Very well measured attack. I don't think that they left anything up to chance there. They were in control from start through finish. And they finished strong. Could be a sign of things to come here. You can make Clubhouse a very straightforward map, especially when you've got a shield open. Pushing a shield down dirt tunnel, it is a very, very effective way of gaining that ground. And then provided that you've done your homework, provided that you've cleared those roamers, you've got your flank protection or your flank drones in place, you can just start to pick away at that site. I think the pacing in that last round demo was fantastic.
Right pacing, really good entry, you know, right from the get-go. Roamer's dead within a minute. And you just slowly work your way through all off the map. And yeah, I mean, well, I mean, is it bad for me to say that it's like a second nature? You know, it's what we should be expecting from Talon. Because I always look at them, especially inside Korea, same way we look at BDS and EU. Exactly the same. They should be winning every game.
Do you not feel like that's how you look at everyone and expect everyone to play, though?
Not necessarily. Depends on the matchup. All depends on the matchup.
But I look at that and I go, Talon just did what you need to do there attacking that site.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe we expect too much sometimes.
I mean, I know I do. I just think that's a me thing. That's a me thing, though. I don't know. It's weird because, like I said, whenever I see a team play so well one day, and then they can't do it the next day, I'm just thinking, what? You know? I don't. Like I value I value consistency over everything. Over everything. Sophia stunt. Works a charm. Wall open. Good start.
A bomb has been located.
Only thing you're maybe missing is maybe a Grim or a Ying here just for the office drop. Because, like, how else are you going to really be able to rip these players out inside a gold, inside a construction rotate? That may be the only issue that they have. You have the Monty, sure, but what damage can it do? Amali? Being able to get the first pick. Misu, who's on the windows, is going to be taken out, and Soldier drops in, exposes part of his body. Going to be in the mix now. Flash is coming out. Kai in the hot seat, and he will be aggressed on by a flag. The Monty is just moving in now, and we see a TK from Katsang on the Damali. Soldier was able to take out Roland. Now has a 1v4. KTH, last player. I think they know where he is as well. I think they have an inkling. You see the Monty able to move in. It should be a free kill here for the Fink, and it will be. Ryder picks up that kill. Unfortunate series of events there for BNA. A TK in the mix. I wonder how costly that actually proved to be.
Well, TKs, they do happen, don't they? But in that moment, looks like it cost them dearly. I think from Talon, just another great round. And again, it just shows they're playing to strengths so fantastically well. What is strong at the moment? A Monty.
Attackers need to locate and
What have they played every round? A Monty. Not only that, they're playing around it very well. B&H, they're trying to stick to a rotation here. They're trying to get something going. And, you know, credit to them. You know, they're not getting dragged in thinking, oh, we'll reattempt bomb sites. We'll give it another go. Instead, they're sticking to the rotation, sticking to their game plan, trying to play their own game. But ultimately, they need to come up with a couple of answers right now.
bomb located by attackers.
Would I like to maybe send a smoke for this site demo?
5 seconds to go.
I think you maybe bringing the frost for the shield. Maybe the smoke could do that.
Attackers objective.
Don't know that the frost mats are super impactful. Saying that, we'll probably see a couple of frost kills now.
I mean, I think Oryx or your Echo is what you're looking at now, because the Monty's just so oppressive and Soldier's doing a great job with it. We know that. Good, really good map as well for Monty is the Clubhouse. Can take really strong positions that you look at and could be difficult. You know, Azami playing rafters. That position that nobody ever wants to attack, but Monty can just walk up the stairs and just create a lot of havoc. They have the Ying. They can try and execute onto the site. But at the moment, it's the Maverick. I'm just shocked that this Maverick's actually alive, Ollie. How is he not dead yet?
Yeah, Mavericks have got a rather short lifespan right now, and especially when it's a bit of a Swiss cheese attempt.
He should be dead now, though. Has to be. No, there's no C4s ready for it. So
he's done
he
the
should be fine.
top. I think he's probably going to get away with it, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, just can play this one patiently. He's been doing this bottom line for quite some time now.
He's just waiting his time.
Yeah.
Until somebody was on the window, I think. Towards 90, just to make sure nobody did C4 him. Oh, steady. But as the old saying goes, Ollie, that wins the race.
They are getting a bit of control inside of Garage now. Obviously, the Monty needs a bit of support right now. The barbed wire going to slow him down a little bit. He's got some goo mines to contend with. This Frost singled out. When is the time to play aggressive? When is the time to be passive? There's one for both. Spots out the Frost mat at the last second. Able to get rid of that. And he's just bullied his way up catwalk and all the way through. Frost left high and dry there. No one to support Kai. Garage control in the hands of PSG. And look at the time in here. They've still got a whole minute. Brilliant pacing so far.
I mean, the Monty just makes light work of that. Garage hold, and now they're into a prime position. A minute left. In terms of the dial, what do they have? C4s, that's it. You play one guy below. And it stops that from happening. Oh, he has the diffuser though, and he's outside main breach. They're actually going to try and use the Monty just to block up one door, then run past red. Nope, but that's going to be enough. So diffuser will be planted in the default position, ready for these C4s. They've got a player downstairs below. The Monty blocks off the doorway. Just perfect right now from PSG Talon. They do lose a player in the midst of that, but I don't think it matters because this post plan now is going to be really difficult for B&A to retake. Oh, Bits Kiba not going to make things any easier. C4 is able to get Gotti, but they were after the Monty, not the player who planted the diffuser. The Monty's going to be the issue here, Ollie, because they can just keep on giving out information, but Ryder and Yas can just pick up the kills as they come to them. PSG, another round win.
They've got Valk, they've got C4s, and no one's below for the plant.
They can't play blue. There's a guy down there. Everything's covered from PSG Talon. Everything.
I don't know. I feel like there's a chance. I feel like they gave up Garage super soft. No one there to support the Frost. Obviously, PSG Talon got the breach open. I think Talon did very well. They played it fantastically. But B&A, did they just play it a little bit too soft? Where's the smoke? If you're going to play that and you know that you're not going to try and bandit trick the wall, you know that you're not going to hold into Garage forever, then you've got to have some sort of denial coming through. C4's over the top, smoke's coming out, something. If you're going to allow them to get in and plant, then you've got to be willing to play that plant denial game.
Well, full sweep from PSG Talon on every bomb site as well. Anywhere that B&A tried to go, Talon have been ready for it. But the one, it's been the Monty. That has always been there. And that has been the struggle that they just cannot get through. And they're still not really bringing any operators that you would think are going to be a perfect counter to the Monty. Thankfully for them, no Monty in sight this time around. A bit of a change up here coming in from PSG Talon. They'll have a good lineup in terms of attacking the base when you've got your hard breach, you've got your soft destruction. You got the Ying this time instead of the Grim going blue. So it just kind of screams to me that it'll probably be a kitchen drop. Maybe try and get somebody in towards dirt as well. But just like last time, PSG Talon only got to do the basics right. And you have to give credit to Fabian. He has drilled them really... No, don't take that out of context, by the way. He's drilled them really well. That they have been able to get the basics and the fundamentals done correctly. You know, which is tough for teams. You know, we still see some of the top teams, although they've been around for ages, struggle to do the basic fundamentals. Yeah. Talon are playing this as best as any team in the world right now.
It's something we often spoke about, and more primarily when we were doing more sort of tier 2, tier 3 stuff. And fundamentals is still something that we come back to, even at the highest level. Because it can be so crucial. Scrappy engagement. How the heck is Soldier still? Oh, he did get the down. I was wondering how Soldier had managed to stay alive there. Will get taken out, but again, too little, too late. Yes. Now can start to move through the Ying. That can get popped. Diffuser will be likely recovered here. Ryder going to pick himself one. Don't forget, this is a basement site. Everything's happened upstairs in CCTV and cash room. Real heavy extension that's been punished. Talon now just a minute and 20 seconds to tap it into the back of the net.
Yeah, there's just no way they lose this. And if they do, I'd hate to hear the comms. Because they would have to be...
hear the timeout.
That's true. I think that would come in immediately after. Because they'd have to get the communication completely wrong if they lose this. All they have to do is drone them out and find them. And they've droned them out and they've found them and they've killed them. Do
you think everyone in Korea's got somewhere to be today?
They're getting us back on schedule. They've seen the delays.
I was going to say, is it a...
You know?
It must be nice weather. Everyone's got like a nice evening planned or something.
Well, you want to go fishing, don't you, if we get finished?
Well, it could be on the cards. It doesn't rain. I don't fancy going and just getting wet, but we will see. Could still... Well, there is still plenty of siege. There could be even more siege, depending on how the last... Well, I guess half a game here and a full game goes. B&A going to take their tactical timeout. 4 rounds down right now. Kills painting a pretty convincing picture. Ryder 7-0. Not a player that was, not necessarily that it wasn't on the radar, but yesterday was fairly quiet, overshadowed by some of the other fraggers on the team. But today's off in the right position more often than not. And kills really difficult to come by for B&A. Damali, a player that yesterday had so much space on the defense, isn't being given the same fortune, and therefore not able to operate in the same way. Katsang 0-4. Roland and Kai, the only couple with a kill to their name, along with Damali.
I mean, it's Damali night and day difference, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this is the level, you know, between what Webble allowed Damali to do compared to what Talon are not allowing Damali to do. Damali on defense just running around, picking up kills left, right, and center. PSG Talon have established a threat, and they are bringing in the operators, and especially the drone work, to deal with that. There was essentially 4 roamers in that last round for B&A. But PSG Talon were still ready for it.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Round number 5. Is the timeout good for a round here for B&A? We'll have to see as we get a little bit further into it. Don't forget, Talon still get that time to talk to themselves and the coach as well. So I guess a good reality check, maybe just making sure that they're not getting too cocky, too ahead of themselves. And that was a criticism we maybe could have given Talon yesterday, demo. Oh gosh, Katsang. He's just floating around trying to make something happen.
Desperation, isn't it?
It really
Beats
is.
to desperation.
How's that the play that occurs immediately after a timeout? That's the sort of thing that you call a timeout to try and stop.
Torch is ready.
No. Take me on.
I can't believe you self-reported like that.
And just overburied. Away alongside that nade. Have to retreat. That's all they can do is just run away. Talon are just taking every inch of the map that they can and using the Monty as that drone. Oh, Yas has actually been caught out. He was looking for that angle that you can get looking in towards the rotate towards construction. And so how are we reviving him today?
I was going to say, that's a strange one. I've never seen that before.
My Yas has been stuck up a ventilation shaft. Can somebody come get him down, please?
Yeah. I'm not sure if you can get him. Because even if you get him, is he just going to immediately fall and die anyway?
I don't know. I think he's gone.
I'd like to see him go. I think PSG Talon can afford the round. I think we need to know.
On too soon.
We need to learn for the integrity of the game.
Yours.
I think he's just been forgotten, hasn't he? He has to just go on without me.
To be fair, I don't think they need him. Because right now they're in a really good shape. They've got control of the windows. They've still got the Monty alive. Only thing they have to get is Logi. Honestly, just send the Monty in. Send the Monty in towards Logi. A little bit risky, though. C4 below could be an issue for them.
Located by attackers.
Well, that is, of course, if there is a C4 below. There's a few C4 operators in the lineup. You see Kai is downstairs, has a C4 in hand. This is what I mean. It is a little bit risky. They need to get a move on 20 seconds. He has diffusers. He's going to maybe try and run deep with the shield and try and get the plant down, but this is where it all comes down to Kai and just has to blow them up from downstairs.
Absolutely, but the kills are flying in and around the site. Look at him go, Misa. A brilliant two-piece. C4, way too late. He's going to find one, but plant's gone at this point. Ryder, how many times is this player going to be in the right position today? Brilliant game sense. Looks like the C4 was late as well, Demo. And
yeah,
Damali's C4 was late for denial on the same level, but there was a C4 that got blown up below because of how much destruction there was in and around the site.
Kai
Yeah.
C4, no? I'm pretty sure it was the bandit downstairs, but I don't think they had information on where he was planting. It's the main issue for them.
Attackers need to
It was definitely there for BNA. I mean, 1 C4 and that round's 1 for them. If it stops the plant going down, kills the Monty. Just couldn't get the C4s nailed, so quite unfortunate for them. But still, PSG Talon taking another round win, 5-0 they stand. Will they make it a perfect attacking side for Clubhouse? These don't come all too often, Ollie. Like a leap year.
Once every 4 years.
That's it.
Fun fact. Have you ever heard the expression, once in a blue moon?
Of course.
So, a blue moon actually occurs quite often.
Because Man City are winning a lot of games, aren't they?
No, it's not a football joke.
Oh, I thought it was.
Yeah, it doesn't happen as infrequently as you think. It actually happens more frequently than a leap year. So the saying should be once in a leap year. But that everyone would say like, oh, that's only every 4 years.
But Blue Moon has a little bit more of a spectacle to it.
It's got a ring, hasn't it?
So we've run for the spawn peak strategy for BNA, and it's worked out for them because they've been able to get 1 kill onto the ace, and they've downed the Habana. Almost picking off both hard breaches right from the get-go. So this is where BNA have just went, let's just see what we can do and just play your own game, everyone, and they've just went for the spawn peaks, and it's worked for them. Been able to stun it out. What is going on here for Misa?
He's got so lucky.
Kill!
So lucky. Seconds away from it all going so wrong. He's managed to do it though. And a nade in 2024. We don't see that often.
What's going on?
Dancing around in sight almost. Eventually, Damali puts an end to the madness. Smoke this time employed to try and stop that push in from Dirt Tunnel. A lion scan. PSG scrambling to pick up where their teammates left off. Yas goes 1 for 1. Roland picks up his second. Soldier on the Monty. All he can do is hope to push through. Gotti only had 20 HP. BNA, they have rallied around that looked like it was going so terribly for them. But they kept their calm.
Oh, I have no words. I mean, just like sledgehammer kill into a nade. Oh dear. Dear, oh dear. So not the perfect half that PSG Talon would have wanted.
Attackers need to locate.
Still, I think they'll be happy, Ollie, with 5 attacks, and now they get the defense.
Yeah. And that last round was a bit weird anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think that was, you know, go in there and have a little bit of fun, maybe.
Just skim over it.
Gloss. We do quite a bit of glossing. Gloss over the matter. 2 rounds away from locking up 3 points here, PSG Talon. They've got their eye on the top spot, and they are not going to let it slip. Fear X's performance today. Top becomes a little bit more open. It is no longer going to be a 3-horse race at the top, at least at the end of this play day. Provided that PSG Talon get the win here. That would very briefly give them the edge over Dan Kia until their game, of course, later on. Talon, only got a couple of rounds to find here on the defense. And you'd think that that's a fairly straightforward task here on Clubhouse. BNA, let's see what they can show us on the attack. We've got to hit a huge mental reset here. They've already used that tactical timeout. Didn't really do too much for them in the heat of the moment. No. Is the change onto the attack going to be the change of pace that they need here to stabilize and get a couple of rounds?
Well, they will start with a Maverick. Get that in and see if they can get this wall open as quick as they can. No C4 from the Warden, though. Instead, the Shield to assist him with holding top red stairs. Bandit Trick on the other side. Helps the ace for the meantime. I mean, Thatcher is up, of course, but for bandits available, makes things a little bit tricky, and they will try and get the Thermite in, and that's... okay. Right, so that wall's probably not going to get opened up, unless the Maverick comes over. But then again, Maverick has his own problems over towards red wall.
Fundamental basics. Not being able to get the wall open. PSG Talon giving the protection needed. Going to allow Yas to bandit trick. He's got the Keeper barricade. He's got that utility. We will see a rotation now as Kai is going to be in position, but we know just how dangerous these lineups can be.
Reinforce that wall as well.
Exactly.
That's what I would do.
Given the timing, Yas can just drop himself back, line himself up a little C4 and see if he can find something. I'm going to choose to save it for the time being. Soldier needs to give himself a little bit of protection here in the site. Just tucked him behind the weights rack. Maverick, even though they've made lines on that wall, there's still jobs to be done. You've got to get that shot open. It's going to take a while with the bailiff.
Grim is trying his best, but the risk with it, though, if you're swinging with a bailiff trying to open up the wall, what's to stop somebody just swinging you with a real gun? I mean, Yas is just playing aggro on the rotate as well. KTH now opens up, and yep, as expected, no, actually not going to go for the reinforcement. Instead, chooses not to opt for it. 30 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be pretty tight here for BNA. They just need to try and run in and get these kills. PSG Talon should be in a good position to try and hold that. It's all about doubling up and making sure nobody gets an inkling into the bomb site. Damali will try and look to push up in towards main stairs, but Ryder's there ready for him. One guy in construction. We'll catch out Soldier. I think it's okay here from PSG Talon. Diffuser not even going to be attempted here. DNA lose on time, but PSG Talon, I think we're in a strong enough position to win that round.
When do you see a gym defense where at the last 20 seconds there's 10 players alive?
Yeah.
What have the attackers done? Because Talon have played it fantastically. They've held areas of the map. They've then dropped off those areas of the map to safer areas in the site. They haven't been caught on the rotation from that transition from A to B. And they've still been able to be in the right place at the right time. With all 5 defenders alive, you can watch pretty much everything that you need to. One round away, and they go downstairs instrument to try and seal the deal here. Goyo, Warden, Castle. Bit of an intention of maybe a bit of a hold in upstairs. Just in case a Monty is brought, and obviously they can get that early warning system out there nice and sweet. Big difference, really, looking at PSG Talon's attacks versus BNA's. The Monty is available, and they are not taking it.
10 seconds left.
One more round. All they need. I think they'll be fairly confident they can get the job done here and now, just based on the previous attack from BNA, which not good. See the extension in towards the mid floor using the castle. So we will have a roam game from Talon. They'll try and take the fight and waste even more time away from BNA, so a good idea. Line up from BNA. Shouldn't have any issues, really, with getting these hatches open and being able to have that site execute. The worry, Ollie, is just how they deal with the roamers. It's about winning these engagements.
Gotti. Ryder upstairs. Logi. at the roam game. All they've got to do is just remove a couple of drones, spend a bit of time. Katsang, though, with an opener. Ryder should be able to get himself back down fairly safely right now. You could see that as soon as Misa lost their life up there, the intention was to rotate back. It's not a case of trying to hold this with your life. It's just a case of wasting as much time as possible.
One more impact grenade, but not gonna able to really do much damage to the arsenal that Habana has. 18 pellets, I believe, in total is what she gets. So more than enough to burn for the impact grenades. And oh, Ryder, you're now in a danger position for BNA as slip over towards the main stairs position, and he'll find a kill from it. Maybe a second. No, ATH will not give him that benefit. Bulger needs to be careful underneath these vertical holes, as they will be opened up by that buck, but he's a brave man and he will just be swinging up the hatch. Roland, to try and get themselves in towards Dirt, have another pressure point that they can try and exploit. So now you can see BNA Ollie, they're starting to rotate into their positions. Dirt, Blue, onto the hatch, of course. I think this Blue fight's the important one. Whoever comes out of this alive is probably going to win the round for their team.
Damali knows that there's somebody there. He's got a drone working at his feet. Surely someone heard that barricade go, or maybe there's a piece of information for these defenders, but it looks like they're relatively unaware right now. Just needs to bide his time there. Pick his moment to strike. A construction, dirt tunnel wall getting opened. The doorway there can find a great kill. Roland. Real impactful stuff. Katsang as well. Yes. Trying to give himself an out. Isn't going to be able to. Damali, he's there to seal the deal. He was the lurker all along. Real good backstab there.
It's often on oil pit, no? Two mines?
No bar,
no wire, nothing?
Yeah, nothing.
Big misplay, no? Surely you need something for Blue. Or most teams will try and win and lose the round on their Blue take. So another round being dropped for PSG Talent. Still, more than enough rounds. Balance it out. 6-2, they still lead. Gonna go back downstairs again. Not gonna go for the roam this time. Castle's been sacked off. And it looks as though maybe they're gonna try and play for the C4s of the Valkyrie. Only 3 C4s. Got the Valcams. You've seen that the teams just... all they brought was the buck. No ram involved. So if there is a buck, then what's to stop you from just simply C4ing them?
Not a lot. And they've got plenty of them to go at, as you mentioned. Not the Wamai this time. Gonna have those wub-wubs to give a bit of an early warning system. They're gonna need it. The roam game didn't pay off last time for PSG Talon. They did lose a body on it. Maybe they're gonna try and change that somewhat. But for BNA, they keep him fighting. Even though the match point is against them, PSG Talon have guaranteed points at this stage. There's a mountain to climb, and BNA, they're not just rolling over. Maybe they do start to chain a few together. If they're successful down here again, then probably think it's timeout time for PSG Talon. Get Fabian in, get him to steady the ship, and get him to take this one home all the way. I certainly don't want to let things slip.
You know, see if they can go up against this basement once again. Have the Maverick. Maybe that's just fearing... I don't really know why they're bringing the Maverick. I mean, what are you fearing? I mean, Cage bans, so the hatch is going to be electrified. I don't really know what that's about. You want to try and run down main stairs and try and Maverick open the triple wall, but it's a risky maneuver, we know that. Banner, be up against the impact trick, of course. Gonna be there to stop it. Doesn't look to be the case. That means the hatch is going to be opened up with very little ease, but no! Jumps through the window. He gets caught out because of the information from the Valkyrie camera.
Some great info getting exchanged there. Roland now doesn't really know what's safe. Still the threat of the C4 from below, and he knows it. It's going to get ripped. Not sent for the meantime, just a slight delay. Trying to catch him out there. Not going to do the job, but it's certainly going to put him off from pushing through there. We've got our little bit of Maverick artwork going on the hatch. Obviously, hatches now, and for a long time, have had a percentage of health, so you can pretty much do it however you like. C4 shot out of the air there. Katsang doing a number. I'm not sure it would have resulted in any casualties, but it would certainly have done a bit of damage. But look at Yas's position right now. The trigger discipline. He's seen somebody cross. Are they aware? Yes, Roland punishes Yas, and that was the final C4 demo. They've now got nothing else to deal with this vertical pressure, and instead they're just going to have to cower away from it. There is the presence down in blue. Got Katsang ready and waiting on the Grim to send those bees down and disrupt the player that could be behind Generator. With a push down main stairs into the final 20. An equal 4 versus 4. This is going to get messy.
It is. Blue, it's going to be the main point in contention. We know that. Of course, you do have the Grims to try and assist you with that, so Ryder's going to be in the hot seat. Oh, got it with a shotgun. Eliminates Kai, but the blue players get shot from Moto, and because of that, it alleviates the letter pushing down oil pit, but it does not matter, Ollie, as there's more than enough players to get the trades. PSG Talon be able to finally secure that win, but look, it was all done on the attack, Ollie. I mean, they were sitting 5-0 up. It was only a matter of time before they took the win.
Great stuff there from PSG Talon. Finishing very strong here today. This is what we expect from this team. There's a lot of investment gone in. There's a lot of time, a lot of work. And now they are reaping a lot of reward. A 7-2 result rounds off a very successful week for them here inside a Career League. We're going to hit a short break. We'll be back to break this game down and to set ourselves up for our final match of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, friends, and there it is. Our game is done. PSG Talon hold on and grab all points from their matchup. It's still a shame to me that that one round when you can manage to sneak up into blue and sludge the mute there is just not a victory for PSG, but it is how it is, as we'll say. 116 average EPS. These are average stats, by the way, every time we display them for the entire team. Before and after at the halfway mark, pretty much in comparison. Demo definitely on the side of Talon.
Yeah, very one-sided. We know that. What do you expect from Talon again? Going in here, make themselves just look as good as they can be. The first few attacks were just played perfectly. You can't find much better than that. Before and after, struggling a lot to deal with Monty more than anything. But you have to give credit to PSG Talon. They've seen the win cons for BNA, and it was let Damali have as much freedom as he can and hope that he can do the business on them. You shut him down, you really shut down a lot of the options. This was the thing I said as well about BNA. If Damali doesn't show up, how are they going to cope? And the answer is not very well.
Yeah, Damali was caught missing, I think, today. Gotti is the player that we highlighted coming into this. Didn't really put a foot wrong, to be honest. Had a great game, but he was overshadowed by Ryder and Misa. Both of them having very important fixtures. 11-3, 10-4, great on the entry, decent costs. Gotti fell into that more supportive role because that was the job that he needed to fulfill today, but he really is that flexible player that seemingly can do most things. 2 plants for him, 1 for Soldier. Men versus boys, really. I think PSG Talon, these are the important games to win. It isn't just the fact that they won it and they won it 7-2. It was the fact that they won it in the manner that they did. It wasn't based on, flashy plays. It wasn't anything too outrageous. There was a lot of good team play in there. I think their attacks in particular were fantastic. They really did a great job. We didn't get to see them attack all too many times. Granted, the defenses were, where they shone. But I think for me, you've just got to look at it and you've just got to say, great game for PSG Talon. And who is going to stand up and stop them here in Korea?
Yeah, I think I'm very much looking forward to their matchups against Fearx and Damonkia, which are coming up later on in this stage. So I think Playday 7 will have PSG Fearx. That'll be the last one near the end. It was less than 2 weeks from now, and they'll be playing against. I'm trying to look at it. Damonkia. Actually, next week.
They're 6th. Yeah.
Next week on September 19th. That is on the Thursday. Ooh, that's gonna be a cool one. I won't be on that show day, I don't think. And no, I won't be, but I definitely will be coming in just to catch it because that's gonna be. Actually, am I? No, I'm not. It's N that's on there. I have to constantly keep checking just to find out. There's so much siege all the time. But let's look at our MVP from this matchup. And it is Ryder. All right. Somebody else picking up the mantle, changing things up. PSG playing as a team, as you guys mentioned.
And not robbed today either.
Yeah,
deserved.
It's true.
Like, Isaac has done a great job in picking this MVP. Yesterday there was I actually allocated him as being fraudulent and stealing the MVP away from who it should have actually gone to. But Ryder is a very good choice here and now. 149 EPS, 89% cost. Not the longest of games. It was a 7-2, so maintaining a good cost value throughout that isn't the most difficult thing if you're on the winning side, but I think it was his positioning today for me. Very often in the right place at the right time and playing and fitting into that flex role really well.
I think overall for Ryder, looking at how he kind of plays the game, he sees the opportunities really well. I think credit as well, with the support players working hand in hand in conjunction, but he's always there to help. That's one thing about PSG Talon. You don't let each other drown. They're always there to provide a helping hand, which I think it comes down to probably the culture of the team, which I don't think gets talked about enough, is the cultures of teams. Because I kind of picked this up whenever I was listening to Canadian, whenever he was doing his interview about Sonics. And he's talking through about the other teams in NAL, and he mentioned about SSG and their work ethic and their culture. And I think team culture is a big thing that we don't talk about enough.
Yep, I absolutely agree. And you can just break it down to something as simple as just the vibes are off on the team, right? But there has to be something that brings everybody together. And I think today we got to see a bit of that in game 1 with Mir versus Fearx. The team kind of the vibe, the culture for at least that day looked quite comfortable and happy, and I'm hoping that this continues for all of our teams, because it just means everybody's enjoying playing the game that they really log into every day and call their job. And speaking of which, we still have a job to do. A final matchup for today. That's Blossom versus Damwon Kia. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll get right into it. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Our final matchup of this afternoon is about to begin. A Blossom versus Damwon Kia. Now, today we've already had one upset with a big team. That was FearX losing to Mir. PSG Talon bringing it back and holding on to yet another set of 3 points against BNA just a few minutes ago. But now it is all on Damwon Kia to see if they keep the top spot in the region or not, at least for today. We'll start off with them, and you see the squad on the screen in front of you. We look forward to seeing them again on land, but they have a lot of competition to go through before they get to it, and that's where it's going to be even more complicated once we get to playoffs. Ollie, today is an opportunity. Are we expecting a DK win?
I thought you were going to hit me with today's an opportunity and tomorrow's a present or something like that.
Sure.
DK, they've got to, haven't they? You know, you look at this roster, you look at who they're going up against, and you've got to give them the benefit of the doubt going into this fixture. Yesterday, we saw a very concise Damwon Kia. They played against Mer Gaming. Now, Mer is the kind of team that can drag you into that style of Siege that you maybe don't want to be playing, but Damwon, they kept their own head and they were able to come out successful at the end of it. Coated was a big standout. Now, that's no big surprise. Coated is goated, and on his day is one of the best. Hit 100% cost yesterday, and you're going to be looking for more of the same out of him here and now.
So I would like to take a look at a highlight here for Woogieman. Specifically, I want to pick your brains for a moment here, Demo, when it comes to players and why they are so good. Woogieman has been someone as a staple of DK and Korean Siege for the past few years. What keeps him rolling like this?
I think you've kind of summed up. It's the experience. You know, how long he's been here, the longevity. He'll have played a lot of Siege. He'll know really what to do in a lot of environments, a lot of situations, which I think for D+, it just helps them, you know, even more. So it's not as though D+ are like the most unfamiliar team, because you've got people like Envy Taylor and with a lot of experience. But even I'm looking at like JLT, relatively young. You look at Usain, again, relatively young. You know, those are players who would need that kind of guiding hand. And I think you're kind of combining two elements of these young guys coming in alongside these veteran players.
There's how the past two games have gone for DK. I'll tell you, next week they'll be playing against PSG Talon and Fear X after. So there's some tougher games that are coming up, as of course we are already deep enough. We've passed the halfway mark of Stage 2 of the 2024 season. But if we were to highlight another player on the DK side, who would it be? Well, Claro, it is Coated, who is goated. And Ollie, of course, you've been mentioning that over the past couple of days. Why is Coated so goated?
He just seems to have such great awareness of the game. Yesterday, we found him very often in positions where, you know, they were going up against Mere Gaming are rats. They're looking for, you know, cheap little plays, and Coated, he's got that experience, he's got that level head to really hold his own. Fantastic in a clutch, great in a multi-kill, and decent on the entry. 4-4, you know, you can't really ask for much more. Plays the Ash, plays the Vigil, often going to be found in those entry engagements, and often going to be in and amongst a lot of the action. For me, big part of the side of D+.
And let's have a quick look at their opponents. In this case, Blossom on the other side. They have yet to blossom into, you know, this beautiful flower. However, getting 3 points with how this league has been so far is not easy at all. Losing 7-3 to PSG Talon and to Mir. However, 7-3 win against OG at the first bits of this stage. But we'll see what map we'll have to go through. Demo, can you carry us through this?
I'll carry wherever you want to go, but when I go to Border, we haven't seen, have we seen Border these past 2 days? I don't think we have. So obviously a little bit of new territory for us heading in towards Border. I wouldn't say it's a map that Korea are known for. I think certainly you're looking more towards Brazil and that aspect in terms of teams playing Border. So yeah, it's a little bit of a side swing here for the Korea region to see the Border come in. For the most part, for D+, they have been, you know, banning it a few times, so it's not as though that they wanted to go here in every game, but certainly they'll play it if they need to, and that's where we're at.
Well, gentlemen, I'll let you get through it. It is a final game of the day. Blossom versus D+ Kia. Please take it away, Ollie and Demo.
Thank you so much, Milosh. We are getting ready to get into our final game of the day here. Seems to have flown by us today, Demo. A lot of the games going very quickly indeed, and I think if it hadn't been for a couple of delays, we'd be flying right now. As it stands, there is a good game of Siege ahead of us. Blossom versus D+. We're going to be headed to Border for the first time. Coated, did you get the memo, my friend? Yes, you did. Just trying to give us all a little bit of something to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
So, my favorite map of the game. It is just Great, isn't it? It's a great map. People disagree with me. Those people are wrong, as we know. Not really the Korea map, though. You know, which is one thing that you have to keep in mind. So we'll be seeing a Korean form of border, which we don't really get to see, Ollie. So I am a little bit scared. But that's beside the point.
Why are you scared, Demo?
I mean, Korea's kind of scarred me these past 2 days. I ain't gonna lie to you.
It's going to be fine. What's the worst that could happen? It's border.
They could ruin my love of border.
It's a gunning map. Well, they're not going to ruin it because Blitz and Monty are both banned. Azami and Valkyrie removed as well. Azami obviously super good on this map inside of CCTV. Allows you to hold in there for quite some time. Yusan going to pick the dock as a substitute. And it's not a bad substitute. Hello? Late party? Is this drone ever going to die?
Staying alive.
I mean, I don't think Woogieman wanted to get baited in, did he? He was worried he was getting baited by the drone, and if he goes chasing, he's going to lose his life.
The thing is with the bans, the Blitz and Monty, I mean, Ying and Grim are both up. And Ying and Grim for the top floor is absolutely outrageous to play against. So I'm really shocked to see neither of those operators being chosen by Blossom. They're going, like, pretty, default with the operators that they selected. Do I think they're the best operators to select? Probably not. I mean, I think it works okay here because the castle barricades, and they're actually going to try and take the challenge onto the players in towards CCTV room and break, but it's just not going to work. I mean, looking at this setup, this is straight out of the year, I think it was 2022 stage 3 season. Navi, they were a team who first kind of started setting up border like this, where they have these castle barricades covering off long. You have these extensions in towards break room, towards CC. You have the holes across catwalk. If a team wants to attack this, you're going to run into a lot of issues because there's so many crossfires being established. You just can't deal with it. The best way that we see teams actually attack this setup is to go archives and just try and plant. Because the thing is, you kind of have to sacrifice like a few different operators. You're bringing in the castle, you then lose a C4, you then lose a bit of information as well you'd want to bring in. And if you don't have info that teams are pushing in towards archives fast, then you can get the plant down with, with ease.
The shotgun action from below here. A nice C4 getting sent out. It isn't going to find its mark, though. Blossom. Not necessarily stalling out right now, but they've only really got control of east stairs. Coated. Going to find his first kill here, and Envy Taylor doubles down. Shots now really starting to fly as Envy Taylor, he's getting ramped up and ready for a fight. Luca. What's he going to be able to do here in the clutches? Not a lot.
He's shooting bodies already.
I mean, he's just got 4 kills. I think we can allow it.
Oh. I mean, like, Blossom just have attacked exactly where D+ want them to. Like, you mentioned the only control they have is east, and that's because that's the only area of the map that D+ are not holding, is east there. So, yes, that's all they're going to be able to take. And it's just not enough. It just is not enough to go through that strat. Really difficult to break down. A lot of utility you need to bring in. Castle barricades are up. Azamis are going to be, or not Azamis are going to be up. The shields are going to be up. The deployable shields were brought in as well. Just a lot to work through. So for Blossom, they just need to understand the way that you need to play border. And playing it slow and methodical, not how you play border. You're going to get cooked if you try and play it like that. You need to play fast. You need to play furious. You need to play like Furia.
Furia.
You could say. There you go.
Yeah, like that. I know we harp on quite a lot about operator selection, but I just think when things are available, they ought to be played.
We are in a meta that is thriving on the attackers based on how many of them are just so good.
Yep.
Like, even Dokkaebi, I understand she's been nerfed. Still annoying operator, still powerful. Still a very powerful gadget.
Still good.
Deimos, there's another one. Ying and Grim speak for themselves. The shields speak for themselves. I mean, I've just named 6 operators and we can man 2.
Yeah. And we haven't seen any of them, by the way. No Grim, no Ying, no Deimos. These are all things that are fantastic.
You've left the Vigil up as well. Like, you just, the attacks. You need to try and combat this Vigil. This boss G. To be fair, the best way to do it is just a shield. You know, a shield will absolutely rinse the boss G.
I mean, a lion's a good substitute in this instance.
Well, against the Vigil.
Well, with the shield being banned. At least you're going to get
still taking a
reasonable idea. Seems to be the idea, at least.
And it won't help them hunting the Vigil, but everyone else, definitely, unless there are some mute jammers upstairs. Well, again, it just seems to be the same issues for Blossom, where we're just attacking into where D+ want them. You know, the thing is, if you're not bringing in the Ying and the Grim and operators like that, these power positions that D+ are playing at, and there's a lot of them on border, and you know that they're pushing into where you want them, they want them pushing in towards east, you are so safe. You know? Like, look at Woogie Man. Look where he is, Ollie. No pressure at all being applied.
Finally, we see a couple of kills come in for Blossom. 3 versus 3 with 1:20.
You lost your Nomad. That's a heavy hitter.
Yeah.
Because your metal flank now is really susceptible just for anyone walking up. And, oh, great shot from Yunsang. And don't forget, he's Oryx. He can jump up in through customs hatch, in through the vent hatch.
Hang on a minute. You were saying this never happens a minute ago, and now look at it. It's going to be live.
This is the only map that it works. And it's the only map that I've been successful. Because I play Oryx for this, because you can retake up really nicely.
Well, he just popped his head up and got a little bit of info and decided better of it. Thing is, he's better off tucking in and sitting in there behind, in somewhere inside of customs, because if you look at where Doggy and Late Party are, they're not really threatening the site all too much.
Yeah. You just have to wait your time as Oryx.
Let's be honest. What are they going to do here? They're going to drop a hatch. Like, everything's being watched right now. Still got the Vigil. Still got the Boss G. Yusang not finished there. Takes Late Party down and coated for the final kill. D+ making it look easy right now here on border.
Yeah, good defenses. I'm really liking this from D+ today. Understanding the map really well. You roam upstairs as best you can. Waste a bit of time. Bringing in the Oryx. Great pickup. Just for the pressure of having somebody jump up through the hatch and flank. You know, it's like you mentioned before, it just tuck yourself in until it's time. And usually the time is around 10 seconds. That's where the attackers then need to move down towards east stairs. You jump up through custom hatch, and you are, within 2 seconds, you are on top of catwalk looking down to those players on east, stopping that plant going down. But yeah, I'm very impressed now with D+. Really understand the map.
2 kills for Blossom. That's what they've been able to achieve in the first 2 rounds. You don't need to be a mathematician to understand that that is not good enough. That is not going to keep up with the pace here. Especially when D+ are firing. Envy Taylor today. Talisman player right now, 4-1. Looks like they're fired up and ready to go here. The benefit of the last match of the day, or some people see it as benefit, some people see it as a negative. It really does bear no meaning, but give you plenty of time to warm up. You can watch a bit of the early games and get into the mood. What have you spotted, Harry?
They have scanned every defender, by the way, for this guy. Every single one he has access to is Deimos. My word. Not a good start. Not a good start. Suicide and the drones in. You get that information. This is where E+ need to be careful, and if they can try and stay in and around their mute jammers. The break room extension. That's a lot better there from Blossom. The first pick goes in their favor. Legion off the board. Warden inside of Armory. So, I mean, this is more of a case of a lot of eggs in your one basket. The D+ are trying to hold essentially the entire map.
Heavy
and that's
basket.
where things can get... This is a very, very heavy basket. Might have to put some in your mouth to get them carried. You don't know. So they're going to have a bit of an issue just with playing together. You know, look how separated these three players are. One in break room, one inside of office, one in armory. Neither of them are going to be available to help one another. And more importantly, trade off one another.
Much better from Blossom. Crown and CRN have really popped off right now. Envy Taylor going to go for the drop. Somehow manages to get away. It's actually Deimos right now as well. This is where Deimos comes so powerful. Man advantage. You can search out that player. Envy Taylor desperately looking for a mute jammer for a little bit of Sanctuary. Coated. Saw him yesterday hold off a situation where he had about 4 angles to hold. Still managed to come out smelling of roses. Don't think he'll have got the glimpse there. He's no pixel to see it. Taylor going to pick himself up a kill. 1 minute left. Should be good from Blossom from this point out, but it's never that simple. Taylor going to go for a very ambitious C4 there. It isn't going to land. Finds his first, though. Draws for the shotgun for the second. The wub goes off. He knows he's there. He knows he's got a swing. Picks him up. 2 versus 1 now. And D+. They have flipped the switch. Now Blossom have to win this round. Going up 1 versus 2. Luca getting caught out there, and Coated seals the deal. Back to back, Envy Taylor and Coated. A brilliant job there to maintain D+'s flawless streak here on Border.
And I don't even know. It just feels as though that Stone Cold Steve Austin just came into my room and hit me with a stunner watching that. How on earth do you win that? Or how do you lose that, more importantly?
Both can be true. How on earth do you win it, and how on earth do you lose it? Both can be true.
I mean, cracking shots as well.
Yeah.
From D+, like, no doubt about it. The gun skill on display here, but you'd still expect that they could win that out from that position. 2v5, no presence from the top floor from the defenders. That is yours, attackers, to use the hatches. Soft destruction, it's all there. And they're just not playing the trade game. Everyone's jumping the gun. All that is just a lack of discipline. That's all that comes down to from Blossom.
Dear, oh dear. There's a tilter. It was enough for Blossom to force a tactical timeout. Wonder when they called that timeout, to be fair. Because
it might be a head loss
before the end of the round.
It might be a head loss. That round. I think that would severely tilt anyone, I think, playing on that.
Yeah. It's not going to feel great, is it?
No. Vibes will be low, vibes will be down. And D+, they'll be feeling top of the world.
Yeah, top of the world. The thing is, it mattered not really if they lost that round or not. They're still well in the driver's seat of this game. Yeah, they lost the first couple of opening picks, but, you know, it's going to happen at some point. But for Blossom, it was a sealed deal. It was a round that should have been theirs.
You look at the defense as well from D+. It was, you know, very thinly spread, wasn't it? You're running out of butter for your toast at that stage is what they're trying to do. And you could see there was the impact. You just couldn't trade off each other. They're so isolated by themselves. So credit to Blossom. They done well in the first half to isolate that, but just the composure was just non-existent.
Well. D+, how are you going to win this round is almost the question that I feel like asking. Nice early shots there, and the Lion scan to try and give Luca a bit of a chance to get himself into the top of these east stairs and do something about it. He can, of course, deal with those castle barricades as well, providing he can transition and doesn't want to use the Ash launcher. Get the breaching charges out, and again, it comes into this situation, Demo, where what are they being given? East stairs. And what are D+ more than happy to give away? It's east stairs. Envy Taylor, great shot there on to late party. Nice little swing there. She's got such a pocket of safety to operate in here.
Yeah.
No one even pressuring on break door.
Then you have to try and... You really want to try and go against this defense. You need to try and hit him with all angles that you can. You need somebody pushing, trying to get in towards Catwalk. You need somebody on the break door, just knocking at him. You know, he's just standing here, being able to swing with such freedom. They're just struggling because of that. I just think the lineup is all wrong from Blossom. The way you want to attack Border, these are not the operators that you choose. It's just way too slow for my liking. I mean, sure they've managed to kill Woogieman from below, but look at the HP though that Zerom has taken from that, and also Ash is any healthier as well, 48 HP. Yusai actually leaving security will reinforce up Fountain now, so leaving Envy Taylor to his own devices, who That's a great angle, Ollie, looking in towards office. And yeah, one lines up, two lines up. Randy Taylor and another one. It's exactly the same position he played in the last time he was here, just in break room. He's running riot. Look at him. Like, how?
He's just
are you
aced.
allowing this?
He's aced from break room.
He is 31 years of age.
That makes me feel so good, you know. It's possible. It's still possible for me. An ace from break room. Envy Taylor not taking a break in that round. Blossom can't deal with something as simple as a CCTV clear.
Is that the oldest player ever to ace? Have we just seen a new record be broken? Has to be a new record.
I love how obsessed with age you are.
Has to be.
You still got it.
Record breaker. Oldest player ever to ace.
Still got it. I mean, if the head loss wasn't happening earlier, it's certainly happening now.
I say he's 31. He turns 32 in 3 weeks' time. As well.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Deary me.
How is he still... This needs to be studied. This guy's still going at this age.
10 seconds left.
No, what needs to be studied is Blossom. Because the fact that they allow somebody to ace from break room, you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of like a Benja play. You know when Benja just gets an ace in like Clubhouse Kitchen and you're just like, how?
He doesn't move his feet.
Yeah,
he just plays in the one position.
It was just like that. It was like, I know where you know where I am, but I'm very happy with my surroundings, and I'm just going to win every gunfight. Basically, the top and bottom of it.
It's because the operators being brought are not putting him under any strain whatsoever.
They're not doing anything. They're not doing anything to root him out.
Again, look at the lineup.
Ying? Where's the Grim?
You would think this is Clubhouse, the way that they're playing.
It's mental.
Like Hard Breaks, for example, I don't think it's needed on border to be successful.
I think you can get away with secondary.
Yeah, even that, for me, it's a bit of a stretch, but I just think you don't need it. Like, you've got so many toys to play with, and you're just not bringing them. You are literally struggling with roamers. Dokkaebi and Deimos are available.
Great map for Deimos as well. I mean, I don't think there's a bad map for him, but you could have dealt with Envy Taylor through the floor with Deimos if you'd have wanted to. I don't know. A lot of different ways of dealing with it, and Blossom are struggling to find them. D+ playing fantastically, though. They can only play the game that's in front of them. And they're doing it to the best of their abilities right now. 4-0 up. We expect them to be dominant in these games. We expect them to put in a good showing. But sometimes it's even surprising then how one-sided it can appear. This is one of those situations. Trying to attack downstairs into bathroom. There is very little difference in the way that you hold these sites on border. You've pretty much got to hold everything all the time as defenders. The top floor is being very well kept hold of right now by D+. There's a little bit of pressure coming in now.
This guy.
Envy Taylor going to find himself yet another. Doggy doubles down with 2. Gets the trade back onto Envy Taylor, finally shutting him down off his rampage. But he's paid for it. He's only got 5 HP left. And look at the time, 45 seconds. Still players off site, still players unaccounted for. I don't think they know that Coted's in customs, for example. If this turns into a hatch drop, it could be deadly.
A lot of pressure here for JLT, though. The only guy really in the site who can stop this hatch drop coming in. As the C4 as well, don't forget about that. Actually, Coda's beside him. Both of them backing up alongside each other. The Lion has dropped in behind and almost able to snag a kill. And he will end up with the kill. 3 in the round for him. Finally, Blossom on the board. You have to give credit, though. That backstab was timed to perfection as this team started to push in, Ollie. That's where Lion went for it, and he got his gazelle.
Much better from Blossom. Did a really good job of getting the opening pick. Did a great job of trading out onto Envy Taylor and not just letting him go on from there and get kill after kill after kill. More of what we want to see from them. You just worry if it's too little too late. It feels like they've only woken up there in round number 5.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
D+. Still got that 3-round advantage. Couple of rounds left to play on the current sides. Look back at this round as well, Demo. This is a round that Blossom should have won. We realistically should be sat here saying it's 2-3. 2 versus 5 doesn't happen very often. That's what D Plus had to get to pick this round up back in round number 3. You never know, Blossom might make a slight comeback and finish their attacking side strong.
5 seconds.
They need this round though.
Desperately.
And the thing is that now D Plus they go to another bomb site, and this is the one that was tossed away. And the thing with D Plus is they'll probably analyze themselves and say, look, the way we played it last time, we were very spread out. You know, we weren't there to support one another. Let's just try and reel it back just ever so slightly, play a little bit more compact. And they'll probably have a little bit more of a better success up here.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you? You would like to think so. Because for all that D Plus have played well, they continue to make those small mistakes. It shows a lack of discipline. However, Woogieman going to open things up there. Gets the kill on to Doggy. Still able to hold his position as well. He's got a couple of alibi prismas. Not one we see all too often, alibi. But it can be deadly in the right hands. It just so happens that Woogieman, he's got the right hands today. 2 kills on the round. A nice aggressive jump out there. Thinking about a little whoop outside just to give him a bit more information later on. Envy Taylor back up to his old tricks inside a break room. Very self-sufficient in this role, Demo. He can play the castle his own door.
Wrong position.
Reinforce his own walls and just sit there with the ACOG.
But how that castle barricade, the one right behind him, it's just been sired the entire game. Just has not been just opened up at all. You know, Ash has been brought in a lot of the time, but it's just same again from D Plus, isn't it? Holding their positions. The exact same thing for Blossom. They just cannot get through this break room. Oh.
Round just going to peter out now, it seems, as there is only one attacker left alive. Giving himself away there. Couple of red pings to go off. It's surely only a matter of time. Woogieman secures the flawless round to end what has been a very good half for D+. Only a couple of mistakes, but a scoreline that well and truly represents the siege we've seen. It could be 4-2, but Blossom haven't looked up to standard at all. D+ have run them ragged, only requiring 2 rounds now to lock away a full 3 points.
Don't forget as well that Border's generally seen as a little bit more attacker-sided. So it's really good standpoint for D+, knowing that they now get onto the favored side. Oh, naturally, it's just it gets from bad to worse for Blossom. They don't get the favored side. They've dropped the ball on their attacks. I mean, I'm curious to see what D+ are cooking with their lineup. So again, we're missing the heavy hitters, Ollie. We have a Fuse, for goodness sake. Never mind a Nomad. Again, not the way that we would like to see the Border be played. You know, fast, hit them hard where you can. You're probably lacking a little bit more soft destruction, especially if you're up against, you know, similar castle barricades. You only really have the Ash charges. You can try and nade it, but it's not always reliable nading the castle barricades. A few times you probably everyone knows you've tried to nade a castle barricade, it just hasn't worked. It's exploded, but the castle's still standing.
Yeah, you've got to get it right, haven't you?
So a few things need to worry about. We'll see if Blossom can hold it just as well as what D+ did.
Well, there's certainly no reason. I mean, D+ aren't bringing a very too dissimilar lineup. It's pretty much the same as the stuff Blossom was bringing. I do worry about the gun skill element of things because D+ have had the upper hand all day with that. Do seem to be attacking in a fairly similar manner, though. The Nomad going to get sent out there just to deny anyone from pushing through onto that new balcony. Nice camera there for the flank a bit later on, but isn't going to have too much of a story to tell at this point in the round. Luca in the hot seat this time. It's where we've seen Envy Taylor pick up maybe 6, maybe 7 kills from this location. Not the most difficult spot to deal with either, so you'd think that D+, you'd think at least Envy Taylor knows that location's weaknesses and can try and exploit it.
All quiet at the moment. Nobody really wanted to make a move from the defense or the attack. Now we start to see a bit of action over towards Office. It's going to be a collapse onto the player on the triple wall. They're able to down him. There's a Doc on board, Ollie. Maybe if we get the stim pistol in, get him revived. It is prepped and ready. Waiting for him to roll into the ideal spot before he gets picked up, and the Doc is going to be successful. CRN lives to fight another day. D+. Quick smash and grab attempt of clearing away that player on the triple wall. Still going to be alive.
Not only alive, but getting kills in return. Envy Taylor is going to have to step up and step up in a big way right now. Along with Coated and Yusang, 3 versus 3, 45 seconds left. Still the player in Break Room. I don't know what it is about Break Room and this map today, but both teams having good success in that location. Is Coated finally going to be able to push in and deal with this Malusi? Luca eventually taken out by Envy Taylor. 26 seconds left. It's cost them a lot of time to try and get this done. But they do have a man advantage for the meantime. Where do they go from here, though? They can't just surely push through metal. Envy Taylor's got the kit. He's going to go for the swing. The dough could be called. Perfect sound distraction for him. And tuck himself in behind the bomb chassis and start to get that diffuser down. Late party's already found one. Essentially 1 versus 1 whilst this kit is planted. C4 comes out. It's going to miss, but the plant confirms anyway. Envy Taylor, he's doing everything possible here today.
What,
planting, fragging, you name it, he's doing it.
Pretty touch and go as well, I think, from D+, especially during the kind of first opening. Wasn't really a lot happening. We've seen them try and attack in from the east stairs, try and push in towards Office. Stim pistol, save CRN, he gets another pick, you know, trade back and forth. But D+, they find a way again to win. Because they were not in a favorable position. This is the thing from D+, they're winning a lot of rounds, Ollie, from really the back foot. You know, rounds that they shouldn't be winning, but they are.
Yeah. Mark of a good team, though, when they can turn those rounds around. You know, the gimme rounds are, air quotes, easy to win. It's the rounds that you shouldn't win that really define games. I mean, when the scoreline's this dominant, you really can't question D+. Blossom could be sat here, though, with 3 rounds of their own on the board, but they're not. That's when it comes down to individuals. Envy Taylor, 17-2. I mean, there's not a lot anyone can do against that. If you've got a player going 17-2 on the other side, it's going to be a tough day in the office. Especially when 3 of the players on the side of Blossom have got 4 kills combined. Again, Siege is a shooter, and it really does come down to those engagements. Could be the final round of the day here, Demo. D+ 6-1. Bringing the Nook, bringing the Brava. It could be Twitch and an ace this time. Brava in a response to the Malusi,
I
believe.
This.
A lot of Malusi played so far from... I mean, say a lot, we've seen 1 round, but we saw the Malusi being brought, and immediately it's onto the old Brava. Plenty of stuff for the Brava to get.
This is good. I mean, what you're basically looking to go for here is a quick smash and grab into the bomb site. You've cleared away the Fenriers, the Banshees. You just walk in the site and take it for free, but still have to deal with the players above before you do that. That's the only worry that you look at from the side of D+ that they have to go through, and straight away, communication is key. They know what the win con is now. We need to get these players out of armory so they cannot play the vertical angles. And they're beginning to do so. Whoa, what a pick from Coded. Sees an opportunity, jumps in through supply, picks up his kill. Now that essentially gives them custom control also. This is really good start from D+. Great drone work, using the Brava cam. Still need more pressure above. You know, I think for Zerom, he shouldn't be allowed to play up here. He needs to be rooted out somehow. Still for D+, it's just they're going to take their time with this.
Are they going to take the time, or are they just going to full send it in? The smokes come out, caught out in the Fenrir. Here, the Dokubi call go out as well, and the kills start to fly. A very ill-timed push there from D+. The right thing to do, Demo, as you said, was to wait and play a little bit more patiently. You can't just plant in the smoke, because people just pre-fire the smoke. They know where you're going to be. A throwaway from D+. Yusang and JLT this time left to try and salvage things. Yusang, going to pick up the first. 45 seconds. It's still very doable right now. It just is a little bit more, well, a lot more difficult. Got plenty of information available to them, and they're going to spend this time now to try and get that. Down player being converted as well through the use of the shock drone is going to give them an even 2 versus 2. Yusang hasn't got a lot of HP to speak of, though. Banshee, nicely hacked, doesn't have to worry about it too much, can instead turn his attention. What info have they got available for the site? You know that there's likely someone above, but they weren't anticipating late party in that position. JLT is just going to walk past the player down inside of Passport. Not be able to do anything about it. That's going to give the information away. Gets the glimpse, lands a shot, but it's not going to be enough. Time will run out. Blossom. They hold out, wait out the clock. They find themselves a much-needed round.
Yeah, they do. I mean, D+ went for that push in. Easy for the players above who no pressure applied to them. Just got picked off. I mean, here's the thing. Obviously, it takes a lot of time and commitment to go above and clear away those players. You know, in towards half wall, in towards armory, all of that jazz. If you don't want to do that, there is another way that you can still stop those players playing on the vertical, but then also being able to move in and go for the plant without actually having to enter in upstairs. And all you do is you stick a Ying on sandwich window. Is you rush in to go for the plant, Ying out the guy in half wall, can't see, plant goes down.
Again, haven't seen any Ying, have we?
No, I'm mesmerized that we haven't.
It just strikes me as strange every single
Honestly.
time.
We should get Hungry over to this region and show them how it's done.
Oh, he'd love it. He'd absolutely love it.
10 seconds remaining.
I can't even think of any good Ying players. It's just Hungry.
Hungry, yeah.
The only player that comes to mind.
Attackers must locate and defuse.
I'm also trying to think now. I can't.
You're not going to be able to. You're going to be. Your brain is just going to be saying one word. 6-2.
It is. It is.
It's just Hungry.
It plainly is.
6-2. Down on Kia. They've got a lot of opportunities now to close this game. Not been the cleanest. Well, that doesn't matter. Scoreline will remain. And all they've got to do is work out how they're going to get one of these upcoming rounds. Now, they have attacked in a very similar way to the way that Blossom attacked. And that's in operator lineup and where they've chosen to make that first approach. Do you like getting in over toward that east stairs side of things? We've seen very little interest anywhere else. Envy Taylor, I think he's just fancying his chances here. He's feeling hot.
He is feeling confident, isn't he? You can tell.
The Selma open into the site. Not going to cause too much reaction for the meantime. Late party. Going to pre-fire out onto the window, but that's not where we should be worried about right now. Envy Taylor's allowed to sneak in and get this plant down. He's thinking about a plant. The Dokubi calls come through. He's got the space to do it. If no one sees this go down, it could be devastating.
I have no idea.
10-man plant going down in the first few seconds. Luca takes down Yusang. One casualty. With the plant confirmed and the window being watched, JLT should have a field day. You've got to shoot, JLT. Picks one. Can he grab the second? A down onto Envy Taylor in the midst of things, but coated upstairs going mental. JLT from the window. They snuck in. They got the final plant down. What a performance there from D+.
Yeah, they see the opportunity. Dokubi call goes off. Envy Taylor's like, well, I'll have a go. And he just runs in, gets the plant down. And you can almost see the bewilderment for the players of Blossom. They just had no idea that was going down. And obviously, whenever that plant comes in, immediately you're just like, well, we have to move. You have to move. Well, what a great performance. I mean, their border, they understood it really well. The defense was great. 7-2, deserving scoreline.
I like talking about Siege. Demo, you like talking about Siege. Milosh, I hear that you like talking about Siege too. Join us once again, please, and let's dissect that final game.
Yes, indeed. Let's. Who doesn't love talking about their favorite game in esport in the whole wide world? We're all expecting victory for Damwon Kia in this case, and that's exactly what we had. 7-2 on a border. Looked in complete control, except for, I guess, the first round that gave it over to their opponents, and even kind of the second one in some ways. It was a bit of a surprise to kind of just get completely shot out and left with 2 players outside of the building itself, but there was some cheesy stuff that you can do on border when you get a bit aggressive, but overall very good control. But Demo, I think we're all expecting this at this point.
We were expecting a win, but ultimately I wasn't expecting a win in that fashion. I was expecting more of a team performance than an individual one. Envy Taylor, if he doesn't pop off the way that he did today, it would have been a very different scoreline. I was expecting more of a team play from Damwon Kia, because that's what we've sort of come to expect a little bit more from this roster. Yeah, they've got talisman players, but it's the team play that you want to be relying on, because that's where you get the consistency and that's where you get the results. It was actually the other way, and there were some rounds there that you would look at, go and rewatch, and you could say, well, Blossom maybe deserved 2, maybe 3 rounds that they didn't get there in that fixture, and it would have painted a very different picture.
I think overall for D+, I think their defenses were really good. You know, they played the positions well. The top floor, you know, the break room, Envy Taylor having a field day. Attacks, I think for both teams were a little bit weird, just the way that we're used to watching Border be played by the other regions, where it is a lot more fast and aggressive, and you're looking to opportunity spot. Operators that were available just were not chosen. Ying and Grim, Amos and Dokkaebi, well, Dokkaebi a little bit, but you kind of paint the picture. You know, these are operators that we need to be seeing if you want to be successful on Border, and I think that was probably what was missing for Blossom. They just played it way too default, and that's not how you play Border. You need to play exotic if you want to go to this map.
And by exotic, it can just be, as you're describing during the cast, just a Ying set up to shut down Hollywood the Rush, any sort of play in that way. It's exotic maybe for the region here, or maybe for specific teams and players, but it's an adaptation that you kind of learn with more and more experience. Envy Taylor, I mean, I don't understand how this man has over 200 EPS, fair enough, but even more surprising is that Envy Taylor is one of the original Korean players. He was one of the first players to ever represent Korea on an international stage. What is it now? I mean, the man's been playing since I've been there, and he's our MVP. Let's just bring it out. I think it's kind of quite clear here, but he's been playing as long as I've been casting and working through Rainbow Six broadcast. So this is how long it has been. This man has just been dominating, really, from one team to the next, and now is back in full form on some would consider the biggest team on Korea and D+, but there's a lot of other teams that are fighting for that position itself. Demo, the man's just on another level.
Yes, I mean, I think Fabian would probably disagree with you saying D+ is the biggest team. I think he'll have some words with you, Milosh. Compare your DMs. But look, for D+, I think it's about challenging. They haven't, made the last majors. It was FearX and PSG Talon representing. So for D+, it's getting back into the events, because they've obviously been knocked off their pedestal by PSG Talon.
Envy Taylor, what can you say? 202 EPS, 18-3, 78% cost, and a 3 positive entry. He's had a life game, make no mistake. I'm not expecting this every week from Envy Taylor. I think it's unfair to expect that, but when he's having his moment in the sun, when he's really feeling his shots, let him have it. He got an ace as well in that mix. I think he's been enabled by D+ there. But also, looking at it from the bigger picture, it just shows that he's still got that potential to pop off and have a little bit of fun with it. And I think that's the most important thing.
Oh boy, what a day we've had. And actually, let's take a look at our day. This was played at number 4 out of 7 in our regular league. And just reminding everybody, this is the regular league, the group stage that qualifies teams into the playoffs. 6 out of the 8 teams will be making it there. 7-4, Mir versus FearX. That was a huge upset today. We'll see how FearX can recover or not. Webble versus OG, 7-1, 7-2 Talon versus BNA, and finally Damwon Kia 7-2 versus Blossom, which gives us these following standings at the end of Playday number 4. There's a lot of points that have been held, and so far all of the points have been purely from regulation. Not a single game going into overtime. There's D plus Kia with 19 rounds, and PSG also with plus 19 on differential, 12 points pop, 9 for Fearex with that drop today. Mir moving up in the world with 6 points, 3 for Webble Blossom and BNA, with of course Orgless left with none at the end of the day. What are we thinking about this, Ollie?
I think D Plus have stamped down a bit of authority here today. For PSG Talon, it isn't going to be as straightforward as perhaps they would like to get themselves into Montreal. Obviously, everyone wants the clearest cut run, but we've already mentioned about the investment that's gone into PSG Talon, so they're going to be looking for that major position. D Plus, they've stamped it down and they've said, look, you know, we're here to play. We're going to keep level with you. Still plus 19 round differential between those two, so nothing separating them. The biggest thing here is obviously that Fearex suffered a defeat today. They lost to Mer Gaming, and obviously that is going to cause a little bit of a problem because it just weakens that top 3 a little bit, and it allows that gap in that 3rd place to be just a little bit wider open. And obviously, depending on further results, we may see a little bit of subject to change in and around that 3rd and 4th spot.
Yeah, and I think as well for Mirror Gaming is all of the big 3 above them. They've played them. They have played all of the teams above them. So every other game that Mirror Gaming are going to be playing are the teams below them. So that has to be a good thing for Mirror Gaming going forward, that they can just string relatively on paper easier games for them. So I think Mirror Gaming will have a really good next couple of weeks. Fearex, I think dropping points has obviously been the big shocker. It just sets us up so nice. D plus PSG Talon, what a game it's going to be.
Very much so. And actually, let's talk about it. But first, our predictions. We'll talk about that next week's schedule in a moment. I really just want to hammer out our predictions for today. We're all wrong on the Fearex one, but you know what? We weren't as wrong as our production team. That's all we need to know. 3 out of 4 means that we get to come back next week and work, which big thumbs up for that, right? Right, Ollie?
Yeah, I'm glad. I think, will you let me back? 7 out of 8?
I'm not.
Is that the threshold?
I am not the gatekeeper, buddy.
Right. Well, hopefully,
I don't make any decisions.
Hopefully, they'll let us back with 7 out of 8. I think you could probably forgive us for thinking that Fearex would win today, especially with the performances that we saw. It was real polar opposites from both of those teams. Mir Gaming played really badly yesterday, played really well today. Fearex played really well yesterday, played really badly today. It kind of was just as simple as that, and I think the rest were fairly straightforward to call.
I think we've done okay. Everyone would have probably gotten Mirror Gaming wrong. That's the thing. Everyone would have gotten that prediction wrong. So it doesn't really matter, does it? Balances it out.
No, absolutely. At the end of the day, we're all winners. And Mir definitely is the winner of that game. There's no 2 ways around it to take it out. But our next week, we've all been touching up on these over the entire play day today. But there's one game that we should all be looking forward to. I'm not even going to ask what it is. PSG Talon versus Damwon Kia. That is the final matchup of next week's. That'll be next Thursday's Playday number 5. Very much looking forward to it. But BNA play OG, an opportunity for OG to get 3 points for themselves, or for BNA to move up a bit further up. Fearex may be able to recover by beating Blossom and getting all 3 points. Who knows? But Mir, it's a conversation that you were just having with you demo saying, yeah, this is Mir, this is their opportunity. Everybody else is under them, and Webble are looking to go up. Mir can be the ones to stop them. Also collect some points of their own on the way. Next week is going to be pretty sweet, gents. How we feeling?
Next week's going to be great. I can't remember which days we're working, so I'll
I have a sheet. I have a sheet with me. I'm
looking at that D
week.
plus PSG game, and I'm thinking, that'd be a nice one.
We work the 19th.
Oh, you get to have it.
So we get it.
We get the
we
game.
get it.
Yeah, we do.
Oh,
Yeah.
let's go. Well, I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it now. If we didn't get it, I would have still looked forward to it, but I'm looking forward to it even more now because it should be one of the best games of the season. Now, the only problem with that is that sometimes when we pick a game out ahead of time and we say, oh, this maybe it doesn't live up to expectations, but I think it will. Based off what we've seen so far, based off the Korean Siege that I have watched in Stage 1 and here in Stage 2, I believe it will be a good battle.
I think
Next play is 19th, just to making it clear for everybody out there, the 19th is next Thursday. I don't know if people are using other types of calendars, but I won't be able to help.
Well,
I use the
other
Georgian
weeks.
kind. I use the Georgian calendar.
Milosh, do people have other weeks, like different days of the week, maybe?
Actually, for those who follow the
Nerd alert.
This is a serious
Nerd alert.
actually.
I mean, this is from my own culture, but for those who follow specifically the Muslim calendar, the Hijri calendar, it is different than the Gregorian one. And of course, in Asian countries, you have also lunar calendars that have their own changes and how things are. But that is kind of beyond what we're on about here, right?
I hope so, because I haven't got a clue about any of that. I'm afraid I'm a little bit uncultured in that regard. I just stick to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I've had enough time remembering what day it is as it stands. But I will certainly be back here on Thursday, Milosh. Make no mistake, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Hey, I'm not on that day. Anne will be here with you, which
Even better.
Is even better. What are you talking about? You guys are gonna have a lot of fun, but I'm gonna have a lot of fun also just watching the games from my second monitor as I look to do things at home. You know how it is. You always have to have something really entertaining on the side. Gentlemen, today was a fun day and a bit of a quick one in some ways, but hey, this would be gone. A wonderful day of Korea. Thank you very much, Exoturka and Demo. We'll be seeing all of you next week on Thursday and Friday, same starting time as we had today. We'll see who gets to win between Talon and their opponents of DK. That's the final game that'll be ending around this time next week, so make sure you're coming in to grab that info early. Thank you, Isaac, our producer, for today. We're gonna take off. Then we'll see you for some more Siege on the next week in South Korea. However, there was always Siege happening around the clock on the channel here. NA continues tonight, so make sure you're coming back in 6 or so hours to catch the action if you want some tier 2 gameplay. Till then, take care. We love you so much. Yeah, we're EU based in here. Bye-bye.